Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israeli authorities say 6 people are dead, including a pregnant woman, after a shooting in Jerusalem. President Trump prepares to welcome EU leaders to Washington to discuss ending the war in Ukraine. And a potential economic and political crisis in France as Prime Minister François Bayrou faces a vote of no confidence from his own MPs. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has visited the scene of the Jerusalem shooting, where at least 6 people were killed earlier today. Dozens of people were seen running from a bus stop during Monday morning's rush hour. Paramedics say a further 15 people were injured, with 6 in a serious condition. Israeli police say 2 attackers were neutralized soon after. Here's what Netanyahu had to say.
We are now pursuing and surrounding the villages from which the terrorists came, and we will track down everyone who assisted them and those who sent them. We will take even harsher measures. I want to state as clearly as possible, these murders and attacks on all fronts do not weaken us. They only strengthen our determination to accomplish the mission we have set for ourselves in Gaza and Samaria and everywhere.
We can now go live to Jerusalem to speak to journalist Noga Tranopolsky. Noga, thank you so much for joining us this evening. This has been called one of the deadliest attacks Jerusalem has seen in recent times. You do live in the neighborhood. Can you tell us a little bit about the victims who lost their lives and describe how people are feeling in the city right now?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. Well, people are definitely feeling very rattled. It's interesting to hear the Prime Minister speak, as we just did on the screen, saying that this doesn't scare us, an event like this, it just heightens our determination. I don't think that reflects the feelings of general people in Israel. The bus that was attacked this morning is one of those buses that almost everyone uses. It crosses the city, and in fact, it passes around 100 meters from where I live here in this central Jerusalem neighborhood. The attack itself took place near the central bus station, so really a bustling area in the middle of rush hour. The people who were killed are very, very varied, from quite young, a 22-year-old Spanish citizen, actually, who had just moved to Israel, to a man of 80. It really is a cross-section. A 56-year-old woman born in Argentina is among the dead, and there are still people who are fighting for their lives in hospitals. So to sum up a day, I would just say very, very jittery. People feel afraid.
Yes, and as you just said to me, Noga, people feel rattled and afraid. The 2 attackers were shot by police. A 3rd has been arrested. What else, if anything, do we know about the people who are responsible for this?
So this appears to be what are called lone wolf attacks. In this case, not exactly lone wolf, because there were 2 perpetrators who acted together, 2 young men. Neither of them had any kind of terroristic background. Apparently 2 young men who on their own made a decision and had some help. I don't know if they had help getting they had a sort of improvised automatic weapon that's called a Carlo with them. What we do know is that they crossed over into Israel proper from the West Bank via a hole in the fence, and then they grabbed a taxi. The 3rd man you mentioned, the one who's been arrested, is that man who drove them to the site of the attack. And there's an interesting kind of public affairs angle to this tragedy, in that Jerusalem traffic has become almost impossible to navigate, and it's really a matter that has created a lot of anger against the government, and in particular the Minister of Transportation. And today, the fact that transportation in Jerusalem is so bad actually assisted the terrorists, because they were able to basically keep shooting for long minutes at people who had nowhere to go because the traffic couldn't move. No one could move. And this also impeded the immediate arrival of security aid. So the question of actual traffic in Jerusalem has become quite an issue today. But what we know is just this. It's one of these attacks that's almost impossible to prevent because there's not a real organization behind it, at least not as far as we know right now.
And Noga, Hamas has praised the attackers but not claimed any responsibility. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz issued what he called a final warning to Hamas. He's told them to surrender or be annihilated. Will his words and the actions of the Israeli army be enough to release the remaining hostages inside of Gaza?
I doubt that very, very much. You know, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has become rather Trumpian in recent weeks, and he issues these last chance type messages every few days. Last warning, last this. It really does not seem to have much effect in the real world. Israel is pursuing its operation to besiege and occupy the city of Gaza, the largest city in Gaza today. Again, another one of these important towers, a skyscraper in Gaza, these skyscrapers that kind of really defined the line, the skyline of Gaza, are being toppled one by the Israeli army. And there appears to be a definite government decision to pursue that. Now, we don't know whether either of these young men have any links to Hamas or sympathies with Hamas. Islamic Jihad also issued the same kind of a statement. But I have to say that in recent times, that's become sort of a trend that terror groups, instead of claiming responsibility for this type of attack, they simply praise the attack. So it's hard to know. The Israeli government may decide to pursue, Hamas organizations in the West Bank as a result of this. But to be honest, the government has been doing that now for many, many months. So it's hard to imagine what they could do beyond what they have already done.
So today's attack follows a drone strike on Sunday by the Houthis at an Israeli airport that did injure 2 people. And Noga, you've just been speaking to me about the Israeli operation happening inside of Gaza City. Right now, inside of Israel, how are people responding to the government's actions? Is there support for Benjamin Netanyahu and the coalition? Are they supporting this operation inside of Gaza City? Because really now we've seen an attack by a Houthi drone and now, as you said, a lone wolf shooting.
That's right. And today, there was an additional 3 missiles launched by the Houthis. They were intercepted. There were also some rockets launched from Gaza. The reality that you've just been describing for Israelis, with now this terror attack, with many of their children being called up to reserve duty, with deaths in Gaza for which they are being blamed every single day. This has become a very, very grim, grinding reality. And this is showing up in the polls. So Netanyahu, who has not been very popular throughout this term in office, right now really does not have the support of Israelis. A new poll came out just on Friday, a remarkable poll, because this time it was the Israel Democracy Institute decided to divide the respondents who had questioned by who they voted for in the last election, which took place in 2022. And so this poll showed not only what we already know, which is that about 80% of Israelis oppose the government's policies. They want this war to end. They want the hostages back, even at the cost of a complete withdrawal from Gaza, which is how the question was phrased. What's interesting about this poll is that it shows that even a majority of those Israelis who voted for the government in office now, for this coalition, they too want this war over. So Netanyahu is not just going against almost all of Israel's allies, but the United States, against the entire global community, against his own people. And notably, Netanyahu is acting contrary to the advice he received from his top security advisors, including the Chief of Staff of the Army, who opposed this operation. But he's moving ahead for his own reasons. So there's an immense gap between how the government of Israel is acting and how the rest of Israel is feeling.
Noga Tranopolsky in Jerusalem, thank you so much for your insights and for joining us this evening. Now, US President Donald Trump is preparing to welcome EU leaders to Washington this week to discuss plans to end the war in Ukraine. It comes as Moscow launched its largest overnight attack since the start of the full-scale invasion, using 810 drones and 13 missiles. A government building in Kyiv was struck, which the city's mayor says has crossed a red line. However, the Russian Ministry of Defense denied hitting the building. Here's what Trump told reporters following that blast.
European leaders are coming over to our country on Monday or Tuesday, and individually. And I think we're going to get that settled. But I am not happy with them. I'm not happy with anything having to do with that war. It's just such a waste of great humanity. When they're losing 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week for no reason, you have to get it settled. We're going to get it done. The Russia-Ukraine situation, we're going to get it done. I have confidence we're going to get it done.
We can now go live to Washington to speak to our correspondent there, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. So senior EU figures are in Washington, including the sanctions envoy, holding talks with US officials. What is driving this fresh push for action against Russia right now?
Yes, Leigh Ann, the EU sanctions envoy, his team of technical experts, they are here in Washington, and they're going to be trying to hammer out some details to get some kind of measures when it comes to sanctions on the table agreed with the US that will really bite, that will push perhaps Russia and Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table. And really this has come about after we've seen this weekend the largest ever air attack on Ukraine by Russia, multiple cities targeted, those huge drone attacks that you mentioned, among those killed, Leigh Ann, a 3-month-old baby. So there's a real sense, both here in Washington and in Brussels, that this war has entered a dangerous new phase. Over the last year, we've seen Washington and Europe largely out of step when it comes to the issue of how to deal with Russia. We know that the US under President Trump has really prioritized pushing for peace and its own diplomatic efforts with Vladimir Putin. But with these latest attacks and with little development on that front, despite President Trump having met face-to-face with Vladimir Putin recently, we've now seen the president come out and say, yes, he is ready for the second phase of sanctions. He's also said, Leigh Ann, he's going to be speaking to Vladimir Putin very soon, possibly in the coming days. But first, the EU sanctions envoy and his team, they're going to be looking to get on the same page here when it comes to sanctions with the US to try and give those sanctions maximum impact.
And Sarah, you just basically said to me, President Trump says he's now ready to move to a second phase of the sanctions against Russia. What remains unclear is what do we know about these sanctions and how might they actually look? And really, how significant of a shift could this be to tighten the screws on the economy in Russia?
Well, the president has been pretty evasive when it comes to exactly what these secondary measures look like. He was talking quite defensively, actually, about this first phase of sanctions that he imposed. That included 50% tariff on India. It was a secondary tariff on goods from India imported to America. Now, that came about because India is a major buyer of Russian energy. We don't know what the second package is going to look like. What we do know, Leigh Ann, is that the EU, they're drawing up their 19th sanctions package against Moscow. That is likely to include Chinese companies, Russian banks, vessels that are tied to this so-called shadow fleet that are able to evade sanctions for Russia. Whether the US will match that remains to be seen, but there have been some indications that that is the plan on the table, that the US wants to be honing in and targeting those countries that are still doing business with Russia. So anyone buying Russian energy above the G7 price cap, they would potentially be targeted with these secondary tariffs. Over the weekend, you had the US Treasury Secretary indicating that exactly that could happen, that these secondary tariffs could really impose this economic pressure on Russia by stopping the market, hopefully for that Russian energy, because then those countries that were buying wouldn't be able to import to America and possibly the EU without those sanctions hitting. All of this, as I said, Leigh Ann, really aimed at bringing Vladimir Putin back to the negotiating table, putting that economic pressure on Moscow. But the Kremlin has come out and said there are no sanctions that will stop Moscow pursuing its stated aims. So a worrying signal from Moscow, but the EU envoy here today with his team will be looking with his US counterparts to really, as I said, get this transatlantic cooperation, get on the same page and try and come up with some kind of measures that bite. It's really going to depend, though, on the enforcement of this. And as we said, on the US and the EU really being on the same team when it comes to further action at this point.
Yeah, and that's the big question, isn't it, Sarah? Can they be on the same team? And this is what a lot of analysts are thinking. But as we're talking about this, you know, Ukraine has suffered one of the heaviest Russian barrages since the war began, killing civilians, and you said also killing a baby, hitting key government buildings. How much pressure does this now put on Washington to respond more forcefully? Because we've heard Donald Trump say many times, you know, we're going to sanction Russia, and it actually hasn't come to light.
Yes, and that recent meeting with Vladimir Putin, you know, we've heard Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky say Putin got what he wanted. He got that face-to-face meeting that he could show people, but he's not willing to meet with the Ukrainian president, and it hasn't brought about the necessary action from Moscow to stop the attacks. In fact, as we've seen over the weekend, those attacks have escalated quite significantly. A key government building among those buildings that were hit in that largest ever air assault. Those images, Leigh Ann, the attacks over the weekend by Russia on Ukraine, they have been playing out on American TV. They've been playing out in congressional briefing rooms. What it's going to do is really strengthen the hand of a lot of people here in Washington who have been calling for tougher measures, who didn't necessarily agree that trying to pursue a path of diplomacy with Vladimir Putin was the right way to do it. There is a lot of criticism over that meeting that President Trump held with Vladimir Putin in Alaska, that it was simply playing in to Putin's hands. President Trump is facing the pressure domestically here at home from many within his own party, Republican Party, to stand up to the aggressor, to Russia, and really take firmer action. So we said the president has now signalled, he was asked very clearly, as we heard there by the reporter, are you ready to move to a second phase of sanctions? And he said, yes, I am. And he also said when speaking about those sanctions, look, I haven't even done my second phase, and he said possibly a third phase. So it does seem, given the latest action that Moscow has carried out against Ukraine, that the US president is on board now, is ready and signalling that he is going to be taking some further measures to try and put the economic strain on Russia. Leigh Ann, we do know that sanctions haven't stopped Russia so far, the Kremlin coming out and saying the sanctions don't matter to them, essentially. So the US is going to be looking very closely now at what those next steps will be, and possibly today, possibly tomorrow, but certainly in the coming days, we expect to hear something about that meeting with the EU sanctions envoy and his team, and expecting a phone call and a talk between the US president and Vladimir Putin as well.
Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. Let's continue this conversation with Jim Townsend, former Deputy Secretary of Defence for Europe and NATO. Jim, thanks so much for joining us. A pleasure to have you on the show. So 3 weeks ago, President Trump held talks with Vladimir Putin. Since that summit, there's been no ceasefire or peace deal. Has Trump been played by Putin again, as President Emmanuel Macron has suggested, and Zelensky?
Well, it certainly looks like that's the case. This is a time now where Trump could be embarrassed. He could be looking at his own, how he's being portrayed in the media, his own reflection in the mirror, and understand that he's been played along. And this is going to be now to Putin. Putin could lose this relationship that he's been manipulating. He could lose that if he pushes Trump too far. So I think we've kind of come to the end of the road in terms of this little dance between the two. And we'll just see what happens now with Trump threatening that he's going to levy some of these secondary tariffs.
And European leaders issued a joint statement after the Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska. And of course, Jim, they rushed to Washington, changing their schedules. They're once again rushing to meet Donald Trump for crunch talks. Can they convince the White House to tighten the screws on Moscow's war machine? Or, as our reporter Sarah suggested, will we actually see Europe and the US working together in lockstep?
Well, we certainly have an opportunity. We've got a good chance because the European allies and the leaders have been saying to Trump for a while that he needed to put pressure on. And Trump wasn't ready to do that. He had his own methods, his own ways, his own instinct that told him what to do. And he's beginning to see now, as he has said, that this is tougher than he thought it was going to be, and that he didn't like anything that he's seen, and that he's starting to really understand that the pressure on Putin has got to be the next step. So he now has these allies who are finally saying, all right, let's do this together. We will have to, we're going to have a package of sanctions coming out of Europe. U.S., we hope you join us with more secondary sanctions yourself.
And the Kremlin has responded to President Donald Trump's threat, saying that no sanctions will ever be able to force Russia to change its position. As Russia grows closer to China and India, are these threats of any concern at all to Moscow? We've seen the ruble slightly weaken today on the back of more sanctions talk. But is a Russian economy robust enough?
Well, we'll find out. It'll be a bit of a race, I think, to see what crumbles first. The economy is held up by the energy sector in Russia. That's the money that comes in to fuel the war machine. It's their Achilles heel, if you will. And so that's why Trump and others have talked about that oil sector. He put the secondary tariff already on India for buying Russian oil. And you couple that with with Zelensky attacking the oil installations where they make gasoline there in Russia. You have the EU also going after the shadow fleet of Russian tankers. So there's a lot of coordinated effort already going after that energy sector. And so we'll see what happens to the economy because of that. Certainly the money will have an impact in terms of money flowing back into Russia. If the Europeans can also stop buying Russian oil, I'm sure that is going to be part of the conversation between the European leaders and Trump, is the Europeans are going to have to step up and find alternatives to Russian oil.
And Jim, reports suggest the EU is discussing sanctions on China over Russian oil and gas. And we do know that China is a big buyer of Russian oil and gas, the biggest in the world. Do you think the US will back this proposal and also put sanctions on China like we've seen them do to India?
Well, it's a great question. It's going to be a roll of the dice for Trump because, you know, he has other ideas for the U.S.-Chinese relationship, particularly on the economic side. And if he joins in on secondary tariffs on China, that could upset those talks. So he's going to have to decide what gets his priority. Is it putting pressure on Putin on the one hand, or is it trying to go along with China and not get involved in a secondary tariff with China? I'm hoping it's going to be the secondary tariff on China. That's going to be maximum pressure on Putin, but we just don't know. We're going to have to see what the White House determines to do.
Jim Townsend, former Deputy Secretary of Defence for Europe and NATO. Brilliant to have your insights. Thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A fugitive father hiding with his 3 children in a remote campsite in New Zealand has been shot dead in an armed confrontation with police on Monday. All 3 children have been taken into custody. Thomas Phillips and his children had been on the run for 4 years. At least 19 people are dead in Nepal after police fired tear gas and rubber bullets at thousands of young people attempting to break into parliament. The disruption began following a social media shutdown. The Nepali army was deployed after a curfew was imposed. 2 policemen were killed and 2 others injured after a shooting at a police station near the Turkish city of Izmir on Monday. A 16-year-old suspect has been arrested and an investigation opened. Local media are reporting that the teen wore a balaclava, a black top, and was seen carrying a rifle before the incident took place. And stargazers got the chance to see a total lunar eclipse, also known as a blood moon, on Sunday night and early Monday. It was the first time since 2002 that a total lunar eclipse was visible in the UK, while Asia, Europe and the Middle East had the best views. The next partial lunar eclipse is expected to take place in August 2026. Now, French Prime Minister Francois Bayrou's job is on the line today as MPs debate a vote of no confidence. If he loses, France could have its 5th Prime Minister in less than 2 years. With the country on the brink of an economic crisis and potential civil unrest predicted, French President Emmanuel Macron's political future is also in doubt. We can now go live to Paris to speak to our correspondent there, Ross Cullen. Ross, thanks so much for joining us. OK, France's 4th Prime Minister in 2 years is set to fall to a confidence vote in a matter of hours. So more turmoil looming in France and for President Macron.
Well, in fact, Leigh Ann, it's a matter of minutes. We're just following now the fact that the voting has ended in the National Assembly, so the counting of votes is underway. If Prime Minister Francois Bayrou has got the confidence of his fellow parliamentarians or not, we suspect not. We do suspect the government to collapse and the Prime Minister to submit his resignation to the President tomorrow. Certainly, a lot of the turmoil is unfurling as we speak at the moment. There have been speeches this afternoon. We've had Marine Le Pen saying that a new election is not an option, it's an obligation. We've had the leader of Emmanuel Macron's party in Parliament saying that there needs to be some form of coalition of national interest. We have had the Green Party saying there must be a Prime Minister appointed from the left wing. We've had Marine Le Pen as well saying that this is an end to the agony of this phantom government. So we've had a lot of speeches in Parliament. You can see the National Assembly behind me here in the French capital. The voting has ended. The counting of those results is underway. So we potentially could bring you that result during this interview.
Yes, indeed, Ross. We are all watching for that breaking news in case it does come in. But so many of France's political problems come back to the economy. Prime Minister François Bayrou warning in his final speech that the country was facing a life-threatening crisis over debt. So, Ross, what has basically gone so wrong with France's finances?
Well, you're right, Leigh Ann, to mention debt. The Prime Minister has said that the French people are addicted to over-indebtedness. He said this afternoon that since the year 2000, France has been falling in its productivity. There's been less and less productivity, less and less, fewer and fewer things are produced, are built in France. There needs to be a reversal of that situation. France also spends 25% of its budget on servicing its pensions bill. So that is one of the highest in the developed world. The size of the debt is huge as well. There have been systemic problems with the performance of the stock market here in France. So there are long-running issues that the Prime Minister believes needs to be sorted out. He believes there needs to be $50 billion worth of savings made in this budget, which is so controversial. And the opposition to this budget is nearly unanimous. That is why there are so many lawmakers against the budget, so many lawmakers against this government. So the systems with the economy really are the problems why there are political choices that have to be made for the future of France. According to François Bayrou, it's not just the future of his government, it's the future generations of France that might have to pay the price, he says, if tough economic decisions are not taken now.
So, Ross, as we wait for that news on the future of the Prime Minister of France, let's just talk a little bit about what will face Macron if this confidence vote goes away. We expect it to. He's now basically facing a task of finding another Prime Minister capable of steering a budget through Parliament, which is proving difficult, as you just said to me. So who are the runners and riders?
One of those runners and riders, in fact, just passed us 5 minutes ago, Leigh Ann, the Defence Minister, Sébastien Lecornu. He's been put forward as potentially somebody who can bridge the left and right. The leader of the Socialist Party, Olivier Faure, he could potentially be a new Prime Minister if indeed Emmanuel Macron believes that there will be enough support for the budget if he appointed a Socialist Prime Minister. Looking to the biggest party in Parliament, that's the National Rally, the hard right. Their leader in Parliament is Marine Le Pen, but it could potentially be her protege, Jordan Bardella, who is the party president, just days away from his 30th birthday, so a very young leader, but potentially the new Prime Minister of France if Emmanuel Macron believes that he needs to appoint somebody from that side of Parliament in order to be able to get the votes from the far right on board for this budget. So a whole range of runners and riders, but this will be the 5th Prime Minister that Emmanuel Macron will be appointing in just his 2 years of his second term. He managed to get by with just 2 prime ministers in his first term in office. He will already have had 5 2 years into his term.
And, you know, you mentioned it earlier. We saw Marine Le Pen speaking today, saying that an election needs to be called. It's now pretty much something that has to be done. Obviously, we know she is expected to say something like that. But, Ross, you know, what is the probability of Macron calling another snap election? And right now, how popular is Emmanuel Macron in France?
Yeah, you're right. Marine Le Pen, in her speech, Leigh Ann, did say that having another general election is not an option, it's an obligation. So she really wants to see an immediate snap general election. That does seem to be less likely. It's certainly something that Emmanuel Macron has the power to do. He exercised that power that is invested in the presidency of calling a snap election whenever you like. He did that in July 2024. You have to wait another 12 months, and we've now passed 12 months, so another election could be called as early as tomorrow. It does seem, though, that Emmanuel Macron wants to give the chance to Parliament to be able to put forward names for a Prime Minister who will be able to steer a budget through Parliament without having to face a general election. If there were to be a new legislative election. According to the most recent polls, the far-right party, the National Rally, would have the greatest number of seats in Parliament, but they might fall short of a majority. So we could be in a position, again, like we are in a position now, where it's a minority government, and if all the opposition club together, as they are doing this evening, then the government can't pass legislation. So in this period where we are now with a hung Parliament, it does seem that potentially a new election at the general level might not unlock that clarity that Emmanuel Macron said he wanted when he first called that snap election last year.
Ross Cullen in Paris, thank you so much. We are expecting that breaking news. Hasn't quite come yet. Once again, thanks. A judge in Australia has sentenced a woman to life imprisonment after murdering 3 of her husband's relatives and trying to murder a 4th with poisonous mushrooms. Erin Patterson was found guilty after a 2-month trial that ended in July. She won't be eligible for parole for more than 3 decades. Patrick Falk reports.
From a distance, Erin Patterson looked frail and needed to be helped off the police van as she arrived at court in Melbourne on Monday for sentencing.
For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. All sentences are to be served concurrently.
Patterson invited the parents as well as the uncle and aunt of her estranged husband to lunch in the town of Leongatha 2 years ago and served them beef Wellington laced with death-capped mushrooms. Her husband was invited as well, but declined. Within a week, 3 of the guests were dead. During trial, Patterson was repeatedly caught out lying and was found guilty of an elaborate cover-up. In sentencing her, Justice Christopher Beale said it involved substantial premeditation. Ian Wilkinson, uncle of Patterson's husband, was the sole survivor from the poisoned meal. Following sentencing, he thanked prosecutors and the police.
We're thankful that when things go wrong, there are good people and services and systems available to help us recover.
The case, dubbed the Leongatha mushroom murders, captivated the nation. There were mixed feelings among some people about the court's decision.
Look, I think it is fair because I think it's also about the message that it sends with that sort of crime. I understand that she's going to be looking to appeal, and I think that's fair as well.
I think she should have a chance after, 30 years. She's going to be, 8 years? It's quite old. I don't think someone in their 80s should be in prison for something they did 30 years ago.
Patterson has been in custody since she was charged in November 2023. Her sentence is backdated until then. She has 28 days to appeal her conviction and the severity of her sentence. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Stocks rose and Treasury yields held lower after last week's dismal US labour data sealed the case for an interest rate cut this month. The S&P 500 is a touch higher, along with the tech-heavy Nasdaq, which is up 0.7%. The political uncertainty in France and Japan is keeping the dollar in check, while markets are fully pricing in a 25 basis point rate cut from the Fed. And turning to the sports news now, Carlos Alcaraz has claimed the US Open crown for a second time after his win over Jannik Sinner. The men's final was delayed by half an hour because of extra security measures put in place, and that was due to President Donald Trump's presence. Alcaraz has now won 6 Grand Slam titles, making him the second youngest man behind Bjorn Borg to reach that tally. And Tottenham Hotspur's board say their owner has rejected 2 buyout offers to purchase the North London club and repeated it is not for sale. The announcement came after the sudden departure of the club's executive chairman, Daniel Levy, triggered speculation that a takeover bid could now be imminent. A reminder of our top stories. Israeli authorities say 6 people are dead, including a pregnant woman, after a shooting in Jerusalem. President Trump prepares to welcome EU leaders to Washington to discuss ending the war in Ukraine. And a potential economic and political crisis in France as Prime Minister Francois Bayrou faces a vote of no confidence from his own MPs. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. The Rail deal with Tom Burges Watson will be coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most international newspapers led with the fatal shooting at the Jerusalem bus stop, where 5 people were killed in an attack that has intensified security concerns across the city. Attention also centered on Ukraine following the largest Russian drone strike since the war began, which for the first time damaged a key government building in Kiev. U.S. media focused on President Trump's ultimatum to Hamas and local headlines as well, like the major ice raid at a Georgia factory. In the UK, chaos grabbed front pages as London's tube strike brought the city's transport system to a standstill. Most newspapers reported today on the largest Russian drone attack on Ukraine since the beginning of the war that took place Sunday night. Russia launched 805 Iranian-designed Shahed exploding drones and decoys across the country, killing 5 and damaging a key building in Kiev's government district for the first time. The press described it as the latest Russian offensive among a series of relentless attacks despite peace talks, causing a significant shift in mood, according to recent polls. Ukrainians who believe the country should fight until victory has dropped sharply from 73% in 2022 to just 24% in 2025. But contrary to popular opinion, Scott Harper wrote in the Kiev Post challenging controversial or conventional analysis of the war and arguing that experts often use outdated metrics to assess Ukraine's progress. The article claims Ukraine's strategic attacks on Russian infrastructure, manufacturing, command posts, railways and refineries are crippling Russia's capacity to fight, even as ground gains remain limited. Harper also commends Ukraine for innovation in drone and missile production and notes increasing Western support. He also contrasts Ukraine's targeting of military assets with Russia's attacks on civilians. The review highlights the author's belief that inflation and logistical chaos are eroding Russia's war effort and morale, while Ukraine's capabilities steadily grow. Ultimately, Harper asserts Ukraine's resilience and strategic wisdom are already tipping the balance, predicting a collapse of Russian momentum and eventual withdrawal. All Israeli newspapers covered the fatal shooting on an Israeli bus in Jerusalem, killing 5 and injuring 10 this morning, while many published special reports and analyses trying to explain how the Houthis managed to strike Israel's Ramon airport with a drone despite the country's sophisticated air defenses. The Jerusalem Post, for one, published an analysis noting that the Iran-backed group used diversion and surprise, firing multiple drones from different directions, with Israel intercepting 3 but failing to treat one as a threat, leading it, of course, to hit the airport terminal. The report also highlights vulnerabilities in detection with human error and misclassification rather than technical failure cited. The airport, smaller and less defended than Ben Gurion, was an easier target. And the piece underscores the broader risk, warning that the Houthis can exploit gaps in attention and that similar attacks are likely if defenses are not recalibrated. The analysis calls for Israel to adapt and recognize the evolving drone threat from Yemen. To the Wall Street Journal, which, like many other American press, focused on the massive ICE raid at the Hyundai LG battery plant in Georgia. The journal analyzed in its editorial the impact of this raid, describing it as the largest single-site immigration enforcement action in U.S. history. Nearly 475 workers, mostly South Koreans, contracted for manufacturing and training, were detained for suspected visa violations, alarming company officials and straining U.S.-Korean business ties. The piece also highlights how the raid disrupted construction and triggered concern about the future of large foreign investments, with Hyundai and LG pledging full cooperation. Federal officials claim the raid aims to ensure jobs and legal compliance, but critics argue that such enforcement risks hurting American economic growth and labor markets. The editorial presents the dilemma faced by employers who struggle to staff major projects while navigating complex immigration laws. The New York Times, on the other hand, investigated the deepening crisis at U.S. public health agencies led by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The analysis outlines Kennedy's rejection of official CDC COVID data, replacement of senior health experts, and also vocal criticism of vaccine safety. The piece details how Kennedy's actions have eroded trust, led to policy confusion, and also drawn condemnation from scientists, lawmakers, and even his own family. Even though Kennedy says he wants transparency, critics say his spread of false claims and conspiracy theories has divided public opinion and damaged trust in health or key health agencies. The analysis highlights a growing division in vaccine policy across the states and the emergence of outside efforts to resolve reliable health guidance. The Washington Post published a report detailing House Speaker Mike Johnson's retraction of his claim that President Trump was an FBI informant in the Jeffrey Epstein case, a statement that stirred controversy and confusion in Washington. Johnson clarified he was reiterating a victim's attorney's remarks about Trump helping expose Epstein, not claiming formal informant status. The ongoing debate comes as lawmakers push the Epstein Files Transparency Act to compel public release of documents on Epstein's network. Also, emotional testimony from victims and bipartisan calls for transparency have fueled demands, even as Trump dismisses these efforts as a Democrat hoax. The article also highlights deep divisions. Advocates want clarity and accountability, while political leaders, including Johnson, seek to distance Trump from direct involvement amid questions about his past relationship with Epstein. All British newspapers reported today on the London tube strike causing chaos across the capital. While most papers continued to cover the aftermath of Angela Rayner's resignation as Labour's deputy leader. The Independent published a report spotlighting the political fallout as a result, plunging the party into a new contest for its second highest position. The report charts the race as a pivotal battle for Labour's future. Left-wing figures and Starmer loyalists fight for influence, with candidates like Emily Thornberry, Annalise Dodds, Shabana Mahmood, Dawn Butler and Rosanna Allen Khan all named as possible contenders. Richard Bergen and others from the left push for a fair member-led selection, while Starmer's team favours a controlled process to avoid internal tensions. The article highlights how the rules for the contest remain unsettled, emphasising the stakes for the party unity and leadership. Crossing to Australia, the Herald Sun, like most newspapers, covered the landmark sentencing of Erin Patterson, the so-called mushroom murderer, who was convicted of poisoning 3 family members and attempting to kill a 4th with a meal laced with death cap mushrooms in Victoria. Patterson received life sentence imprisonment with a non-parole period of 33 years, making her only the second woman in Australia to receive such a sentence. The report also details Justice Bale's remarks about the cruelty and premeditation of Patterson's crimes, likening the case's severity to notorious offender Catherine Knight. Defense arguments for parole were rejected, with the judge citing Patterson's lack of remorse and also the devastating impact on both the victims' families and her own children. Patterson maintains her innocence and has 28 days to appeal her conviction. And we'll end with Axios, which published a report revealing that the Trump administration plans to make the U.S. citizenship test significantly harder, including a potential essay question and tighter scrutiny of applicants' good moral character. Officials aim to give immigration officers more discretion in judging candidates, also with new guidelines covering factors like community involvement and stable employment. The review also notes how immigration advocates warn the new process could allow bias and arbitrary rejections, risking discrimination. The administration claims these changes are needed to enforce integrity and combat fraud, but critics argue that narrowing the legal paths to citizenship may lead to more lawsuits and also further politicize the system. The article highlights the tensions between law enforcement priorities and concerns over fair access for future Americans. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Coalition of the willing or a party of war. Close to 30 countries have committed to security guarantees for Ukraine, but Russia argues their intervention is prolonging the conflict. Meanwhile, another US deadline for talks has come and gone. Has President Trump's diplomatic offensive failed? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia revises the 2024 foreign direct investment figure upwards to $31.7 billion, surpassing targets. While strong inflows are seen as a clear sign of international investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Fresh data from a survey carried out by Riyad Bank points to steady non-oil private sector growth. We'll be speaking to Riyad Bank's chief economist and asking what's driving the growth. Plus, the Global Water Expo wraps up in Riyadh. That brought together expertise from right across the globe. Sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. We're going to jump right into our main story. Fresh revised data shows that Saudi Arabia attracted a near record sum from overseas investors during the year 2024, far surpassing the annual target. Well, foreign direct investment reached 119 billion riyals last year. That's just over $30 billion US, considerably more than was previously reported. Well, manufacturing, trade, construction and financial services all saw strong activity. All these results are seen as a clear sign of investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Ali, thanks a lot for taking the time to speak to us. Clearly good news, FDI up across the region, but Saudi Arabia really leading the way. Some might say this proves that plans to diversify the economy are really paying dividends. What are your thoughts?
Tom, the question over the last few years has been, can Saudi Arabia really diversify away from the oil economy and build the kind of global economic powerhouse that it is proposing to do? And it's been quite a blunt question. You know, you've heard versions of this across many of the conversations that relate to the various sectors being built, from automotive to sports to entertainment and such. This is a very significant event because, of course, this is a clear demonstration that the efforts that have been underway under Vision 2030 are proving useful. And, you know, just a few months ago, Tom, actually, you and I were speaking about this, the FDI numbers being estimated around $20 billion, just north of, and, you know, the expectation being that perhaps this would be somewhat of a decline. Under the Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia has a FDI inflows target of around $100 billion US. And if we go back a couple of years, I mean, the peak that Saudi Arabia has hit is usually around 23 billion. So, you know, to reach the $39 billion mark is quite a sizable jump. And it's not by accident. I mean, we've talked about many of the industrial reforms that are taking place and the many initiatives and programs underway. We've seen 600 plus regional headquarters established in Riyadh or in Saudi Arabia. And, you know, when you have global enterprises establishing their headquarters in a region, it's not simply an injection of capital or resources and such. There are second-degree consequences, flow-on consequences to the availability of talent. There's mentorship available to the young, very educated population. There's new knowledge in the region. There is, you know, that fact in itself, or the existence of those headquarters in themselves, are an attractor to further enterprise. So what you see is a compounding effect. And you know, we've often spoken about the fact that, and I'm, you know, very often you hear me say that there are some challenges in various aspects of the national investment strategy, or you know, some challenges that may be perceived from some of the economic indicators at times. But if we look at the story as a whole, the leading indicators, you know, they are telling a positive story. And, you know, these numbers are the result of that. It is showing that the economy is heading in the right direction. There is still a way to go. We're about halfway through Vision 2030 being in motion, but it's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, I don't know if you're able to tell us, but are we able to see where that FDI is coming from? I mean, which countries appear to be the main sources of foreign investment? Ali?
It's quite a diversified mix. I mean, China has been for a long time and perhaps will continue to be one of Saudi Arabia's largest trading partners. But the obvious culprits, you know, China, US, India, there is substantial growth in a lot of the trade with the BRICS nations. I mean, just earlier this week, we saw a significant pipeline of investments actualized with the UK, with the forums that have been underway in partnership with the UK. So it's quite diversified. And, you know, I think in this discussion, it's also important to know, I mean, Saudi Arabia has really taken a neutral stance across the globe and worked hard to maintain relationships and friendships with as many of its counterparts across the globe as possible. And whilst there are some leading players like the ones that we've just discussed, I mean, our friend Trump certainly brought a posse with him, so to speak, when he arrived a couple of months ago, and there was a lot of trade that took place then. There's been a lot of flow-on investments and partnerships that have taken place. But, you know, all of that being said, Saudi Arabia is open to the world, and I think this mix is going to continue to diversify, and we'll see new entrants kind of pick up on the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 2025 FDI inflows will be even higher than they were in 2024. I mean, is that sort of roughly where you'd see things heading?
We can certainly speculate. I mean, the Saudi strategy has been such that if you look at the psychology of the sovereign fund or some of the semi-sovereign bodies or even the private sector, it has been to establish footholds in industries by building what I would call a spine, building core entities or platforms that establish distribution, manufacturing, and such. And these things pay dividends over time, and they do compound in value. So if that is any indication, and the scale of development that's taken place across the sectors is any indication, then I think it's correct to speculate that 25 will be a substantial year.
Okay, well, we'll be speaking to you in just a moment. We'll also be talking a bit more about the boosting of economic ties between Saudi and the UK. But for now, thanks very much indeed, Ali. Now, according to a new survey carried out by Riyadh Bank, Saudi Arabia's non-oil private sector growth was steady during the month of August. Business activity grew slightly faster during the previous month. The seasonally adjusted Riyadh Bank Saudi Arabia Purchasing Managers Index rose to 56.4 in August, well above the 50 mark, indicating growth, which has been driven by multiple factors, amongst them further gains in employment. Well, let's get more on this and get to understand those numbers a little bit better. We can speak to Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's talk through the Purchasing Managers Index. Just remind us what it is and what this latest data tells us.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, as you said, the PMI, or Purchase Manager Index of Riyadh Bank, recorded 56.4, which is an expansionary. What it means that the economy, when compared month to month or month to month, it's growing. When you are above 50, it means that you are growing than what it was. And when you are below 50, then the economy is contracting. Luckily, with this, which represents the non-oil economy, our economy is still growing and mainly pushed by the output, employment, and also the new orders.
Okay, tell us a bit more. I mean, as we've been saying, the number's only up very fractionally, isn't it, from the month before? But this upward trajectory, you mentioned a couple of factors there. Which is perhaps the most significant?
Sure. So the PMI, as you're very well aware, that it consisted of 12 sub-indices, each index that influence the PMI. The highest share of the one that has more weight is the new orders. So anything happens to the new orders, that it would influence the PMI. And this is what we have seen right now. The new orders recorded above 60, and it has influenced the index. The new orders were pushed by the increased demand. 28% of the survey responses indicated there is an increase in demand. Also, they indicated that there is an increase in export and also the project related to infrastructure and the increase in the clients in the GCC area.
Okay, and employment is continuing to grow across Saudi Arabia. And I understand that is a key part of the growth. Could you just tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. We saw last observation for the Q1 unemployment that has been reduced way below the 7%, which was the target for the Vision 2030. And now we have a new target for 5%. On the other hand, the PMI shows the employment, whether the employment is increasing or not. We're still in the expanding territory. We recorded above 54. And still it's growing. We have been seeing, despite the increase in the cost of employment, the employment is increasing. Mainly is pushed by the demand, the strong demand, competition, and also many of the companies report that they are willing to have more employments to meet these demands and to also to have a higher or qualified employee to produce, to be able to produce products that is to meet the client's satisfaction.
And I don't know if it goes into this level of detail, but you're able to see which sectors you're seeing the growth of employment in. I mean, I know they're all non-oil, but any sectors that stand out for employment growth?
Sure. We don't have so many sectors, but some of the clients, they indicate which they have seen the growth. They continue to mention related projects. They continue to mention the infrastructure, also a related project, and also they have indicated the manufacturing as well.
Just tell us a bit about how you carry out this survey. What's the sort of the methodology? How does it work?
Sure. So basically, we are in partnership with S&P Global, and they send a survey to many number of firms. They are non-oil, obviously, companies. And the survey asks a question with the three identified answers. Either is your as your firm is growing, for example, if we just saying yes, if it's growing, that means 1. If it's not growing, that is 0. If it's not, if it's a constant, that is 0. If it's contracting, that is -1. So with a number of so many firms, then we'll be able to have the number 0 equal to 50, which is the balance, -1, then we can calculate it and get this number. So whenever you have a number above 50, which means 0, then the economy or the firms or the sample we are having, it is growing. And therefore, it reflects in the PMI. The good things, if you see the PMI trend always moves with the non-oil, and the PMI is ahead of the non-oil GDP, and always PMI is ahead of the GDP. GDP calculation is more complicated. It requires times and always comes a quarter behind. So the good thing, we have observation 3 months ahead of the GDP, and we'll be able to paint a picture of what's going to be the expected reading.
Okay, and are you able to see how Saudi Arabia is doing compared to other countries in this region?
Sure. Well, our index is focused in Saudi Arabia, but at the same time, we can look at so many indices, the PMI of other regions. We continue to see our economy is growing, and that is also parallel with the PMI. One of the good readings, we can also look at the future output, and this shows us the confidence in the economy, and we can compare this also to other economy. Other things also indicate, for comparison, when you look at also the export, and it is expanding. And many of the survey participants also, they indicate their about how they are doing with their clients from the region, and this will give us also a good comparison with the neighboring country.
So how is Saudi Arabia doing compared to its neighbors?
Doing very well. So we saw right now also the flash GDP, and it shows 3.9 for overall the GDP. For the oil GDP, it's 4.7. This is above the expectation of the IMF. The IMF is expecting 4.5 for this year. I expect we will record above the 4.5, from 5 to 4.5. Q1, we have recorded 4.9, so the trajectory of the non-oil economy is quite impressive.
Okay, and just lastly, when it comes to overall business confidence, what are you seeing when you look at the numbers and you look at the survey results?
As we said before, it's positive. The business sentiment is still indicating in the positive trajectory. We continue to see the confidence, and also one of the sub-indices is the future output, and the future output also right now is recording, it's way better than the previous month. This also reflected by the increase in demand. Business also indicated some of the challenges they have faced. They have also indicated the increase in purchase cost or the input cost. Yet with the competition and the prices, they still manage to grow.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it at that. Thank you very much indeed for your time. We really appreciate you speaking to us. Always a pleasure. Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time, sir. Okay, let's bring Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company, back into the conversation. Ali, just listening in there to Naif, and we've spoken to him before, haven't we, the two of us, about that survey. But it really does seem that he's optimistic with regards to the latest PMI survey that's been carried out for the month of August, well above the all-important 50 mark, because that indicates growth.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, the conversation we were just having around, the FDI numbers, these are all different sides of the same coin, essentially. I mean, there is a very clear and substantial amount of momentum in the economy. There is improved sentiment. Unemployment is at a record low rate. There is a lot more labour participation, especially as over the last couple of years. We've seen an uprise in female work participation. There are, as we said earlier, regional headquarters that have been established that are creating a substantially larger volume of opportunities. I mean, all in all things combined, it is not surprising. And I think this is yet another consequence of the strategy that's been put in place to diversify away from the oil economy. So this is now all showing the results in action.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look at some of the other stories from the past week. According to the Saudi Central Bank, point-of-sale transactions across the kingdom rose some 17.8% in the last week of August. That sharp increase in consumer spending is seen as an indicator of robust economic momentum, while the F&B sector remains the largest spending category, with the capital Riyadh dominating point-of-sale transactions, followed by Jeddah. Saudi Arabia has sold $5.5 billion of US dollars of international bonds in a two-part sukuk, or Islamic debt sale. That $5.5 billion was made up of $2.25 billion in 5-year note and a $3.25 billion 10-year bond. Well, investors placed around $17.5 billion US dollars in orders, indicating strong demand. Well, this marks the kingdom's first international sukuk based on an ijara structure. FedEx Corporation is the latest international company to inaugurate a regional office in Riyadh. This in a move seen as its commitment to the kingdom as a key logistics hub in the Middle East. Well, FedEx has also secured an economic license to operate as a foreign air carrier in Saudi Arabia. And the flag carrier of neighbouring Qatar has announced that it's launching direct flights next month from Doha to Red Sea International Airport on Saudi Arabia's west coast. Well, Qatar Airways says it will operate 3 flights a week. The Red Sea tourism destination, part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 plan for economic development and diversification, is expected to attract 1 million visitors every year once it's completed. Now, Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom are on track to boost economic ties with some $485 million US dollars worth of joint investments. Well, those investments, which were announced on the sidelines of last week's Great Futures Summit in London, will create dozens of jobs in both countries, with energy and financial services amongst the sectors set to gain. Well, that summit was attended by the Saudi Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi. Well, the UK has a new ambassador to Riyadh, Stephen Hitchen, who's been making quite a buzz on social media for his fluent Arabic skills. He has also been hailing the strength of the relationship and the mutual respect between the two kingdoms. Well, here with me is Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Ali, we were talking about this at the beginning, and as you say, a lot of the stories today have got quite a lot of commonality and linkages. I mean, just specifically on the UK, I mean, there's a long list of examples of economic cooperation between the UK and Saudi Arabia. I mean, one example that springs to mind is the fact that the PIF has completed a 15% acquisition of Heathrow Airport, but that's just one of many, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the relationship in the trade context spans back many decades, but much like many of the other regions in the world, it's starting to heat up now and becoming very interesting, not only because of the potential for foreign investment flows into Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia naturally, like any developing and advanced economy, has an appetite and a real strategy to enable export of their industries as well. So Al-Fanar is one of the groups that is setting up operations in Saudi Arabia, particularly involved in energy and mobility. And they're known, obviously, within Saudi Arabia for being involved in several high-profile energy projects and many of the sort of infrastructure projects. But now you're starting to see the expansion of enterprises like this into different parts of the world. And in the UK context, I mean, that's one example. We've seen firms collaborate in the private capital context. A and B Capital and one of the counterparts in the UK have built a partnership to invest into growth stage enterprises. We're seeing some developments in the insurance sector. So you could extrapolate the financial services sector out somewhat broadly. On top of all of this, I mean, this is yet another reflection. If we go back to some of the earlier points, there's a changed sentiment in the market, and the UK has had a long-standing relationship with Saudi Arabia in any case. But the improved sentiment, the unique opportunities, and the potential for joint interests is only multiplying with all of the developments taking place, and that's what we've seen this week. One of the interesting relationships that's been established. I mean, you don't typically see the UK as a mining and resources nation per se. We know the UK for financial services and professional services, and even a degree of manufacturing. But there's a very strong critical minerals relationship being established, which has been part of perhaps not the discussions this week, but a few months ago. So there's quite a broad-ranging set of interests that are being developed between the two states, and like with many others, I think this will continue to grow in the coming months.
I don't know if you saw it, but Stephen Hitchen has been quite visible on social media the last couple of days, because I think there was a clip of him, and we showed a bit of it just before we crossed to you, walking around in Riyadh, I think it was, speaking fluent Arabic, and that I think has wowed quite a lot of people. I think he was previously ambassador in Iraq, so he had a bit of a head start by the looks of things, Ali.
He certainly seems to have the energy and the pizzazz for a place like Saudi Arabia, and to fly the flag not only on one side but also the other and bring people together. So we hope that will be the case, and all the best of luck to him and his counterparts.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Thanks, Ali. Now, the Global Water Expo has just wrapped up in Riyadh. Well, that three-day event brought together some 300 exhibitors from more than 25 countries, offering an opportunity for new technology to be showcased and for knowledge to be exchanged. Well, sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. And with that in mind, the National Water Company has announced 30 new water and sewage projects across Riyadh, valued at more than $500 million. Ali, thanks for standing by there. I mean, worth remembering when we talk about water in the context of Saudi Arabia. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the country doesn't have any permanent year-round natural rivers or lakes, and it's obviously got very low rainfall as a country. And, clearly that represents a pretty major challenges, doesn't it, for this scarce natural resource?
Of course, without water, Tom, you can't scale industry, you can't scale food production, you can't scale urbanization. So, as we've seen across the many different aspects of society and industry that are being developed in Saudi Arabia, the nation has taken due care to consider the different challenges and shortfalls. And there are some really interesting developments underway. I mean, this has been an interesting event. I haven't had the opportunity to attend the expo, but it's brought together a sizable pool of delegates. But there's some very interesting pieces of work taking place in the likes of Inoa, for example, out of NEOM, which is quite heavily focused on innovating for water sustainability and sustainability in the use of other resources. And, NEOM is quite a hotbed for innovation and experimentation, given it's a city that's being built truly from a blank piece of paper. But we will continue to see, as with many other developments, particular innovation in this area, but it is actually it's a significant area of focus within the national strategy. So it's really refreshing to see all these people come together and work together to solve this problem.
And obviously, desalination is something that, not just Saudi Arabia, but quite a lot of countries in the Gulf region have really got good at, isn't it? I mean, it's clearly been a major priority, and I'm assuming, I'd love to get your opinion, I mean, it must be a key factor behind how so many countries in this region have thrived in what would otherwise be pretty arid conditions.
Well, I mean, of course, it's the region is essentially a desert. So when you consider where the level of development is now and how cities are thriving and how urban infrastructure is being developed, and the sheer increase in population, the number of tourists that come through, naturally, I mean, it's not a nice to have, it's a necessity. So innovation can be born out of two things, I believe, either vision or an ambition for a bigger future, or necessity. And in this case, I think it's both. So you've got the right ingredients for people to come together and solve the problem.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Thank you for your contribution today. Well, thank you for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Do stay tuned, meanwhile, to our channel.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Talking about iconic locations, I know the film was shot in Abu Dhabi and also in Wadi Rum in Jordan. Where did you get to go and what did you think?
We were in Wadi Rum together in Aqaba. It was just, you're pinching yourself too. Most importantly for the acting, it helps a lot that your environment is informing it.
Which we were very much
We were in it.
in it.
We were like getting the sand
There's no
off.
light. He used natural light.
Yeah, you're right. There was no, I don't think we shot one thing in Jordan that had any sort of artificial light. So that was it was thrilling. And then
immersive.
It was immersive. And then Abu Dhabi was incredible too because I just never been to a part of the world that's so hot consistently. And you leave your hotel room at 3 a.m. and it's 110 degrees.
Right.
How much are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. And yeah, like I said, it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level.
I think animation is pretty cool as well because it's very freeing. You're not self-conscious of the acting, you're just conscious of the voice acting. It's difficult, but it's also freeing. I find it freeing. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's weird because I did a lot of it. I was pretty much by myself, I'm I was in a room in my home and everything was kind of virtual. So I didn't get to kind of see everybody in person and have that interaction that you would normally get. And there's always that awkward version where they have to do all the sounds, right? All the sounds that she makes. So it's if she's screaming because she just, did some crazy whatever, it's me alone in a room, just by myself, just going, which, although feels super awkward at first, then probably later it's I think I needed that, Ew, Dad.
Ooh, Mama like. Who's making this stuff?
Not me!
Whoa! Shrek 5.
Was it a little bit more daunting to do the follow-up to Talk to Me just because of the runaway success of the first one, and there's just a little bit more responsibility when it's successful before?
Yeah, 100%. It was way more stressful, way more pressure. We still feel that pressure because the movie hasn't come out.
It hasn't come out yet, and the biggest pressure is letting either A24 or Sally Hawkins down, because they both trusted us so much, and we feel very inferior to them.
It's that thing is, no one expected anything from Talk to Me. So now that, you had this pre-established, these eyes on you and this expectations, it gives it way more pressure.
This is my new sister and brother, Oliver. Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
We're on set. Do you scare the actors? Do you scare yourself? Is there an atmosphere where, it's inherent to the film? What is the atmosphere like on set? Is it funny and goofy or is it scary?
It's never scary, and it's mostly a fun time, but there's times when there's serious scenes happening in terms of conversations between people, and you need to let the actors have that space, and you can't be jumping around when they're trying to hit beats emotionally. But as soon as those scenes are done and we know we've got it, we do a joke take at the end of it to pull everybody out of that wallowing misery.
That should be the title of the third one.
Yeah. I'd watch it.
Like exactly the tone we want to have.
Listen, I've got to tell you a secret. It's like a little angel. It's a beautiful angel.
I do believe that even, in the horror genre, even in the most, fantasy elements of the horror genre, there's always the human elements. And for that, how important is it to find the right actors for those types of roles? Because they need to render that kind of emotion.
You just need to find people that are right. And for the younger actors, You know from their audition tapes, when you see them, you know that they're that character. It hits straight away. And then there's performers like Sally Hawkins. You can just picture them embodying anything. And like once I start getting obsessed with an actor, or like looking at their filmography, I can't let the idea go of casting them. And the same with Miranda Otto with our last film, and more so with this film with Sally.
It does beautiful things. Listen. Listen. Listen.
Obviously, your way of doing horror is very specific to you. How important is the emotion to you when you're filming?
It's part of making the characters human, and for you to care. You know, if you care about the characters, once you get to the horror, it'll hit that much harder if you're connecting with the characters in some way. And we wanted to show, you know, Laura is a broken human being. She's lost her sanity, but ultimately it's from love, you know. She's lost her mind. Yeah, we want you to kind of connect with characters even if you don't agree with what they're doing.
Some people believe the spirit stays in the body for months after death. It's working! We can bring her back.
State your name.
Ryland Grace, and I'm not an astronaut.
Is it better to be in an iconic film or have an iconic role?
I think film. You know, it's always better to be in a good movie.
Bat an eyelash.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump. Yeah. I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film. You know, it allowed us to push the envelope every day, and we were constantly improvising, and it was fueled with energy, this whole experience.
Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it! Viva la revolution!
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Woo! It is very good to be back.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it?
You think it's a little bit the same for illusionists as actors? You know, you're kind of born with the talent of being an actor. It feels inherent to you.
I was a very slow learner, and I don't think my talent as an actor was inherent to anyone but somewhere inside me, you know?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think you do know.
Together. People are afraid of people who know their worth and power because they want to control us. And if they can't, and if they know that we have a sense of self and that we have an awareness, and also that we have love and empathy and friendship and strength.
Yeah.
It's scary.
It's scary.
Yeah, they get scared.
Because the more we know ourselves, the more powerful we become.
Jessica Chastain!
What will you remember most about the experience of Interstellar?
What will I remember most? Well, it's incredible to be in a film that it forces you to use your brain and your heart. And the visuals are so incredible. I just can't wait for people to see them. There's a water sequence that just makes you hold your breath. It's so exciting and visually stunning.
Make it count.
Where's the mountains?
It's a movie about several points of views on grief, not only her or his. It's how the family is dealing with it. Does it make it like a big ensemble, like everybody being together?
Yeah. Those are my favorite kind of movies as an ensemble. And what I love so much about the film is, I think of all the female voices we have in it. We have Viola Davis, we have Isabelle Huppert, Jess Weixler, like these incredible actresses. And I just got to be in Saints and watch them. It was amazing because every day I showed up for work, it was with another pro, another great who really taught me a lot. And yeah.
Everything seems so limitless.
It still is. You're the star of my life story.
Did celebrity change your life? Because obviously you've been a film actress for such a long time. You've been an actor for such a long time. How did celebrity change it? I mean, obviously more attention on you, but for you personally?
To be honest, I know this is going to sound crazy. My life hasn't changed so much. The beautiful thing is now I have a lot of options for films, which is really exciting to me because I'm an actress, because I love films and I love directors and writers and all that.
Those men that attacked you, they work for dangerous people.
They're going to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Paul, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you, big fan. And congratulations on this. I mean, the character has legacy. You know, he is the son of an important character in the TV series. Tell us more.
I love the original movies, and I love that sense of humor where you can be silly, where you can surprise people, and have jokes come from out of nowhere. I mean, that's such a fun way to operate. And we haven't really seen it in a long time, so this was a really cool experiment to try to bring that back.
Absolutely. It does feel like we all need to laugh these days.
Yeah.
But the tone has to be right, especially for these slapstick films. The tone has to be the right recipe, the right dosage, doesn't it?
It's a very specific type of humor. I was telling somebody, you know, if comedy was rock and roll or something, it's like, this movie is reggae. Like, it's a very specific thing. Thankfully, we have the brilliant Akiva Schaffer directing the movie and everyone from the editor to the studio to the cast. I felt like everyone understood the assignment and we were all making the same movie, you know?
Police squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
I just spoke to Akiva and he said that he wanted the most serious actors to come in and have like this very, film noir kind of atmosphere and then make it slapstick. Was that a fun exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that too when I saw the cast that was being assembled and I thought, wow, Danny Houston, Kevin Durand, like these are, in my opinion, these are like actors, CCH Pounder, like these are people that you believe what they're doing. So that is really smart to try to cast dramatically adept people because then the comedy is more out of left field.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
How did it feel, all of you guys on set? I mean, obviously with that kind of humor, there must have been a very light, feel.
It was a light feel. It was also, it could be heavy at times because I think we all felt the pressure of trying to make it right, trying to make it good. And that can be its own burdensome thing. But any day on a comedy, to me, is easier and more fun than a drama. Dramas can be very taxing and annoying and heavy on people depending what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the ones you were involved in. I mean, they were heavy and taxing.
Right, yeah. Blackburn, Richard Jewell were
for the viewers as well, not only for you as an acting exercise.
Sorry about that, yeah.
No, quite the opposite.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It's a skill to be able to master, comedy and drama. That's what acting is all about. So how much do you enjoy being able to stretch it in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, that was always my dream. My dream was to do what I saw like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey do. Even a guy like Philip Seymour Hoffman or John C. Reilly, they get to play in all the different worlds. And selfishly, that's what I always wanted to do. So when I get to do a dark drama for TV and then do a superhero movie or a brilliant comedy that's the dream. I want to keep doing that however long I can.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Finally, what are you most looking forward for new fans to discover about the Naked Gun series?
More than anything, I really look forward to them seeing how funny Liam and Pam Anderson are. I think their chemistry is dynamite. I believe their relationship, but I love the crazy broad comedy. And it just feels like it's something that I hope happens again. I hope there's a sequel or two, and I hope we get to see Liam and Pam again.
I do too.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Very smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
That's the sound of the police!
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you. You are the duet we never knew we needed. So how did it feel to the both of you when you realized that there was that type of chemistry?
It was a lovely wake-up call for me. Not that I went into this thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. But it's just, I'd never met Pamela before. I'd done 4 movies now with Danny Houston, some of the crew I'd worked with before. But meeting Pamela was just, it was wonderful. I could tell we had a chemistry that was been nurtured, and it was like, I didn't want to analyze it around it. It was just, oh, this is going to work.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
It's important that it worked because of the tone that is needed for those types of films. I mean, it's slapstick comedy, but you have to find the right dosage in a duet.
I think that the tenderness and the relationship, the sensitivity, the groundedness of the characters, I think, is a nice base, and then everything happens. But it's nice to see true chemistry. I think that helps, and to play it real.
Yeah, play it real, yeah.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It has all the premise of a very serious crime movie, and then it's the slapstick. How much fun is it to kind of turn it around like that?
Well, the script, the original script, was good, you know. Seth MacFarlane, Akiva Schaffer, his co-writers from this world of comedy, television, movies, you know. So we were in safe hands, you know. But yeah, it was important to have a through line of a story, you know. And especially in this day and age, these billionaires that are changing the world as we speak, or trying to. And Danny Houston's character is that mega rich guy who wants to change the world. So I think the storyline itself has a resonance that we could all see as an audience members, you know, say, oh, yeah, I kind of recognize this guy.
Who are you?
Driven. Detective Frank Driven. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Even though we haven't seen a Naked Gun film in nearly 30 years, it's very present. I mean, people know about it. What do you think makes it so enduring, those types of films?
I think it's just laugh after laugh, belly laugh. You know, there's comedies, and then there's these, you know, high comedies that are just so entertaining. Laughter is good medicine.
Yeah, it is.
We need it.
Especially these days.
Yeah.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
How much is LA a character in those types of films? Because of the homage to the, you know, film noir. Again, although it's comedy, there's a lot of tributes to a lot of things.
Sure. And we shot it in Atlanta, Georgia, you know. And we did. Well done.
We did a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little bit in Los Angeles. Yeah, and it touches on noir, you know.
Yes.
There's a little homage to that type of film, you know. I thought Akiva did a wonderful job, you know, really.
No, he did. It's very pleasant to watch.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
Finally, what makes Leslie Nielsen the actor he was?
Well, he was a tremendous actor in so many movies. Usually as a heavy and a very serious police inspector or whatever, you know. But when he was on that airplane, you know, unforgettable, you know. Don't call me Shirley. This is straight face. It changed his life, professional life.
I just loved those films, and I'm not really familiar with Leslie Nielsen's earlier work, but I knew he came from a dramatic background, which sounds familiar. It's nice to surprise people.
Yeah, and do a lot of things. That's what the acting exercise is all about.
Yeah, and sort of make fun of yourself too, you know, in the process. Nobody messes with Police Squad.
Coalition of the willing or a party of war? Close to 30 countries have committed to security guarantees for Ukraine, but Russia argues their intervention is prolonging the conflict. Meanwhile, another US deadline for talks has come and gone. Has President Trump's diplomatic offensive failed? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Europe and its Western allies are putting on a united front. Meeting in Paris, leaders from the Coalition of the Willing say they're now the Coalition of the Ready, having agreed to security guarantees for Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. But is Europe's readiness helping or hindering progress towards a peace deal?
The European War Party will not calm down. This is in stark contrast to the approach President Putin adheres to, and US President Trump as well, whose efforts to bring the process to a peaceful course are difficult to overestimate, and we are grateful for them. The Europeans are hindering these efforts.
The Russian president put on a defiant display as he returned to the world stage this week, telling Ukraine's Zelensky if he wants to talk, he should come to Moscow. That doesn't sound like a man who's particularly worried about comments like this from the US.
I have no message to President Putin. He knows where I stand, and he'll make a decision one way or the other. Whatever his decision is, we'll either be happy about it or unhappy. And if we're unhappy about it, you'll see things happen.
But as yet, President Trump's threats have been all carrot and no stick. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, is Europe responsible for prolonging the war? Is Russia's Vladimir Putin playing for time with no intention of making a deal? And has President Trump's charm offensive failed? Joining us to discuss the Ukraine war deadlock is Lesia Vasilenko, a Ukrainian MP for the Hollis Party. Tobias Elwood is joining us, a former British Conservative MP and former chair of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. And rounding out our panel, Jackson Hinkle, a political commentator and host of the Legitimate Targets podcast. Welcome to Counterpoints, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. We've heard a lot of tough talk out of Paris on Thursday as the so-called Coalition of the Willing met to knuckle out plans for security guarantees for Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. But Russia views those talks by their very nature as provocative and creating more hurdles to peace. Lesia, is European intervention prolonging the war?
Definitely not. Europe standing together, it's finally the correct long-term strategic guarantee of peace that Ukraine and actually all European nations were looking for such a long time. And it's a good sign that there is a readiness for peacekeeping missions to be not just theoretical, but to be in the form of boots on the ground in Ukraine, with all 26 European nations behind this idea and ready to contribute their men and women who will presumably be on the ground, standing with the Ukrainian soldiers side by side, ensuring that the peace is really guaranteed and that there is no chance of Russia breaching that peace. When it comes to Russia and its claims about the fact that one nation's security cannot create burdens or risks or challenges to Russia's peace and security, it's a very strange concept, because when Russia launches long-range missiles and drones from North Korea, from Iran to Ukraine on a nightly basis, this is suddenly not considered as a security threat to Ukraine.
Jackson, what's your take on that, especially this idea that there could be boots on the ground, that the US is going to be involved in these security guarantees? Is all this intervention just prolonging the war?
Well, I think that what the other panelists just said was absolutely insane. I mean, this panelist is a member of parliament in Ukraine, and you'd think that they would care about Ukrainian lives. 15,000 civilians in Ukraine died in the Donbass before the special military operation was launched. But this member of parliament never addressed that once on her Twitter. She never posted once about it. Now she's posting all these lies saying that Russia's slaughtering civilians left and right. Meanwhile, she's taking fake images from book covers from 2013 and trying to pass it off as Ukrainian children. The truth is, the only path to peace here is a complete, total, and utter end to the war. No temporary ceasefire is going to work. And honestly, as for peacekeepers, I think it would be interesting. Donald Trump proposed the idea and backed the idea of having Chinese peacekeepers. I think that could be an interesting proposal. But having an entire NATO coalition of troops enter Ukraine, when President Putin's one aim for this, one of two aims, was the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine to make sure Ukraine would never be in NATO. I mean, it's absurd, it's laughable, and it's never going to happen.
I'm going to bring you in just a moment, Tobias, but Lesia, I'll give you a chance to respond to those comments.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, it was never about any special operations. It was Russia's aggression against Ukraine from day one. And day one being February 2014, when Russia launched its military operation, aggressive military operation, to annex Crimea and occupy the Ukrainian territories of Donetsk and Lugansk, the so-called Donbass regions. The people of Ukraine who are still living in those regions are Ukrainians who want to speak Ukrainian language, who want to learn Ukrainian history, and who want to live by the Ukrainian culture and tradition, not an imposed Russian culture and tradition, which is being done by Russia in its aspirations to recreate the Russian Empire. And all that Ukrainian people want is to be left alone and have the right to live in an independent Ukraine. And basically, this is what it's about. There's one victim here, Ukraine, that is defending itself, and there's one aggressor here, Russia, that is attacking the very principles of democracy and the right of sovereign nations to self-define and to have the right to territorial integrity. That's as simple as that.
Tobias, if Europe is serious about peace, why aren't they engaging with Russia directly and more consistently to work on a peace deal rather than holding meetings about forming new military groups to provide boots on the ground in Ukraine against Russia?
Well, good evening. Let me first say I hope we can keep this conversation professional and focus on the issues at hand rather than taking personal swipes. I'm not sure that achieves anything. You asked the important question as to whether or not a deal could be struck with Russia. And that's what concerns capital cities across Europe as to what Russia might do if a deal was struck, whether or not we'd simply have a pause and we'd see a regrouping, a rearming, and Russia doing something else further in Europe. And that is the dilemma of appeasing the bully. And it's better if Europe and America are in lockstep, always, when it comes to these things. Unfortunately, Donald Trump has wanted to do exactly what I've just described, which is to bring Russia in from the cold, to trust Moscow, to strike a deal with Putin. And so European capitals went along with that, with the Alaska summit and the discussions afterwards. What happened after is the continued bombing, devastating attacks on the capital city in Ukraine, underlining what Russia's intentions are. But wider than that, if I can just share a bigger analysis, which shows just how Ukraine is one cog of a bigger geopolitical jigsaw. Where have we seen Putin this week? Rubbing shoulders with China. And President Xi openly promoting a non-Western vision as to where our global order should go. That places into context what Russia is doing and why there is now a coalition of the willing developing, despite what America is thinking, because we know that if we don't stand up and support a democracy in Eastern Europe where this might unfold, and the challenge that we have in Europe now is persuading America, persuading Donald Trump, that it should be vested in the very global order that it helped craft in the first place after the Second World War. The longer the Western order crumbles, the stronger the Chinese model starts to advance. And as I stress, Russia is in lockstep now with China. That is the bigger picture that we must now face.
Jackson, what do you think? Has Russia, in effect, brought this on itself? The fact that President Putin hasn't followed through with these peace talk suggestions, that there's only discussion of a multinational troop because Russia's not giving Europe any other option?
Well, I think President Putin should only engage in serious peace talks. And what the NATO counterparts are offering is nothing serious. I mean, even the panelists right beside me, they believe that Russia should be kicked out of the United Nations. Of course, they think that Israel should be allowed to be in the United Nations.
Said that?
They've slaughtered 300,000 civilians in Gaza.
Sorry to cut across you.
But the truth is, wait, I didn't interrupt you.
Who said
something about me? I didn't interrupt.
Yeah,
you.
Jackson, if you could just make reference to that. Which of your panelists are you accusing of asking Russia to be kicked out of the UN?
The member of parliament has said that.
Making it up. No.
Ask the member of parliament if you believe Russia should be kicked out of the UN.
Lesia?
Is that a question to me, whether I believe that Russia should be kicked out of the UN? Well, Russia has no standing to be in the UN. If you look at the legalistic issue of it, Russia has never presented its credentials to be in the UN in the first place. But it's an entirely different discussion, and one which cannot be just lightly brushed over in this conversation. It merits its own hour of debate and discussion with legal professionals who are experts in the UN, rather than just talking over political issues.
Okay, indeed. All right, we will leave that discussion for another day. Jackson, if you could respond to the question.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true because you put out an 8-word tweet saying Russia should be kicked out of the United Nations, but I'll leave that to the side for now. The truth is that we're not living in more professional. We're not living in a world with serious conversations being had whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Again, this member of parliament, she said that Putin should be brought to Ukraine or to the United States, and he should be held accountable for his crimes. That's one of her demands for ending this conflict. It's insane. I mean, Putin is not the one.
Why is it insane? He's an international criminal. There's an ICC arrest warrant issued against.
And you're the one whose father was an ambassador to the United Kingdom. You got a cushy job in Parliament, and you sent a million
Raise
men,
the bar.
a million Ukrainian
Raise the bar, sir.
Okay, we'll avoid the personal discussions and go back to the topic.
This is pathetic.
What's pathetic is that she sent a million men to their death in a suicide mission.
No, you're
They're rounding men off the streets in
Ukraine
Ukraine right now. They act like they care about Ukrainian lives, but they're killing them each and every day instead of settling a peace deal.
Okay, we're going to move on to focusing on Russia specifically here, because I don't necessarily think that Leigh is responsible for sending all those troops to their death, as you say, Jackson. But let's return our focus to the topic at hand. We've focused on what Europe wants, but one of the other big questions is, what does Russia want? Russia's President Vladimir Putin has so far found every reason not to meet with President Zelensky to negotiate a peace deal. When President Trump took office, he stunned many European and Ukrainian officials when he suggested Ukraine would have to make territorial concessions. But will that be enough to end the war? Leigh, what do you make of this? Do you think Russia is serious about wanting peace? And if Ukraine does make these concessions, do you think that will be enough to get Russia back to the table?
Appeasing the aggressor has never worked, and history has many examples of this. It just simply does not work. It just raises the bar, it raises the appetites of any aggressor to go out and do more. And we were on the topic of China here. In fact, it's not just Western countries that are watching what's happening in Ukraine, but it's actually Southeast Asian countries who are very, very careful observers about what will the consequences be for Russia and for Vladimir Putin in particular. And if there are no consequences, there is great, great risk that other countries, China, for example, will also grow in their appetites for territorial claims in the respective regions. And this will set the world off into a whole domino effect of wars and conflicts in various parts of the world. And we will definitely not be enjoying a lasting peace which allows all of our nations to develop in the way that we would expect the development to be happening in the 21st century. So what happens in Ukraine, and most importantly, what are the consequences for Russia and the Russian political establishment, starting with Vladimir Putin and all the other cronies who surround him and are responsible for the war crimes that are being committed time and time again on a daily, on an hourly basis in Ukraine, on the territory of Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people since 2014. It's a very important issue and a very important question, which will lay the foundations for either a long-lasting peace in the world or a long-lasting war with various conflicts erupting all across our planet, all around our planet. And that's the position of Ukraine. When we claim that we want a restored territorial integrity, it's not just a whim of the Ukrainian people. It's a country fighting for the international law to be respected by its neighbors and by also all the other countries, and also making sure that the world order as we know it today, where there is sovereignty of states, territorial integrity, respect for human rights, where all these concepts actually mean something on paper. And if we want for these concepts to actually mean something and for people all around the world to be enjoying global peace, prosperity, development, rather than a struggle against wars and dictators, then we as an international community must make sure that there is no concessions to dictators such as Vladimir Putin, and that the very basic concepts of international law are respected and kept intact. And this is something that must be done not just by one country alone that is defending itself, that's Ukraine at the moment, but by the international community as a whole that should be interested in the maintenance of the world order and of the international law and the rules that have kept us alive and kept us in a way coexisting as peaceful nations.
Okay, Tobias, what do you make of it? The idea or the allegation, perhaps I should say, that President Putin is just biding time to achieve more favourable conditions on the ground, to give him a better hand at the negotiating table. Do you think that's a legitimate concern, or is it that Ukraine is just not putting a good enough deal on the table to be negotiated?
Well, what is the deal that's being discussed? It's handing over a fifth of Ukraine to the aggressor. And this is the biggest concern, is does it end there? Do we then sign a deal and we all go home and hope that peace will then prevail? Now, history suggests, as Lisa's already been saying, that actually it doesn't work out that way. That when you hand conditions to the bully then wants more. And this is a 1938 feel to the world, particularly Europe now. And it's concerning that America, and indeed our podcaster here, believes that somehow a deal could be struck and then Russia could be trusted. Russia has got North Korean troops working with it, attacking Ukraine. It's sitting next to China. There's a bigger geopolitical challenge that we face of our world splintering, which America hasn't woken up to. And that's the bigger picture that we need to face. So this coalition of the willing, a serious effort in Paris that's emerged today to say, actually, we're making a judgment call here. We do not trust Russia to stay firm with a deal. We do need to support with Ukraine. Otherwise, it won't end there. Russia will continue advancing its influence in a sort of Stalinist approach across Eastern Europe. Now, perhaps people are wrong there, but is that a risk that you wish to take? I'm afraid the West, and NATO particularly, has been too risk averse. We're only now talking about a potential no-fly zone, an air support. That should have come in ages ago. Putin has been attacking on a daily basis Ukraine, far away from the actual battlefield itself, but the capital city and other cities as well. That is the war crime that we're speaking about. That's why the ICC has a warrant out for Putin. Now, to stand up to that, you need a suitable force. NATO is the biggest, most formidable, potent military alliance the world has ever seen, and it's sitting on its hands. We need to support Europe, stand with Ukraine, and stand up to Russia.
Jackson, you're in Moscow. Do you think that Russia seriously wants to end the war with Ukraine and the coalition of the willing if they were to provide concrete security guarantees and Ukraine was to make territorial concessions? Do you think that President Putin is serious about it?
Well, yes. I mean, it's the only option. Let's come back to reality, folks. We got people talking about, heaven forbid, we're going to have to give up a fifth of the country to Russia. That's already happened. I mean, it's already Russian. I've been there. It's beautiful. They're using rubles. The people are speaking Russian freely. They feel safe. Their homes are being rebuilt. Their businesses are being rebuilt after what the Ukrainians did. Well, they're terrorizing. And actually, I saw some of it when I was there. They were bombing apartment buildings while I was there. Ukraine was. The truth is that while these Europeans, they try to act like Putin is the new Hitler or something like that, and he's going to storm into, I don't know, France or something next. It's all ludicrous. It's all lies. It's the same lies we heard in Iraq, same lies we heard about COVID, same lies we heard about Gaza. It's the same thing over and over and over. All these globalists, same exact lies over and over. And the last thing I'll say about this is that Zelensky himself, he should be the biggest Putin supporter on the face of the earth. He should be praying to God each and every day, thanking President Putin for not dropping an Oryzhnik on his head 1 year ago, because he could have done that and he hasn't done that. But it just goes to show Putin is not the guy that, you know, these co-hosts on this panel make him out to be.
What do you think, Tobias? Is it the only option that Ukraine needs to relinquish a fifth of its territory because it's already lost it already?
So I didn't realize that Jackson is actually in Moscow. And that, I think, explains a lot of what we're hearing today. I don't know what payroll you're under. But ultimately, to cede 1/5 of the country just because it speaks Russian
I
shows a sense of ignorance as to what Ukraine is.
Say that. Russian, I mean, that's come on.
Well, if you're done, Well, if you've been to eastern Ukraine, you'll know that actually they've been speaking Russian for an awful long time. That's not a justification for Russia to then invade a country in the way that it's done, and then to claim that it's all okay that 1/5, in the same way that they had no right to invade Georgia in the same way. Are you going to tell me Abkhazia and South Ossetia are now doing really, really well? They're not. And likewise, where does the bully stop? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. And you've not really answered that as to whether there will be longer term intentions as to where Russia will take this, knowing that it's got top cover from China and indeed North Korea as well. That is the bigger question. That's why comparisons are made, I'm afraid, with 1938 again. And we've become too risk averse in standing up to the bully. For you to suggest somehow that, I don't know what language you were using, but somehow some large bomb could be dropped on Zelensky. And are we grateful that Putin didn't do this? Are you really advocating that sort of action on the battlefield?
Jackson?
Am I advocating that Zelensky's hit with an Orishnik?
Yes.
Is that a question to me? Well, I'm not the president of Russia, but clearly, President Putin has a cooler head than I do. But you said something a moment ago.
The fact that you hesitate, sir. The fact that you hesitate and you can't answer that as a straight question. That you think it's okay.
No,
to
I'll
take
answer
out
it with a
a
straight question.
Elected leader of another country is crazy.
I'll answer it with a straight question. 100%. The truth about it is that whatever happens to Zelensky, he's going to meet his creator one day and he's going to go to hell. If it was up to me, of course, I think I'd probably drop the Orishnik, but I don't know. There's a lot of considerations to be made there. But, I'm not the president of any country. I'm not a politician. I'm not the one on this panel who's sending 1 million men to their death in Ukraine. But a few moments ago, you said something. You said that, what payroll am I on? What payroll are you on? You worked for the British Defense Ministry or something, or you were on the Defense Council? So you're literally a talking parrot of the British Ministry of Defense, and you're going to come out here and attack an independent journalist? I mean, you understand how hypocritical and insane you look?
Okay, I'll give you a chance to respond to that, and then I'm going to bring us back onto the topic at hand. Tobias, you respond, and then I'm going to hand it over to Licia.
Well, I repeat, we should keep this bar high. I'm attacking what you believe in and what you say. You've just advocated dropping a bomb on a leader of a free state, a democratically elected leader.
He's not the leader.
Now, that speaks volumes about your thinking. Well, again, the fact that you're even challenging whether he's the leader or not, again, speaks volumes about where we are. But it's a distraction.
Why can't he have an election?
Of what we're trying to talk about here, which is where this goes next. And whether or not a deal
why can't Zelensky hold an election? Everyone in the U.S., President Trump wants him to hold an election. Abraham Lincoln held an election during the Civil War. Why can't Zelensky just hold an election?
Okay, well, let's get Licia to respond to that. Licia, what do you make of that?
Sorry, there's an answer to that.
Go ahead, Tobias.
And I'll let Licia expand. But it's to do with the Ukrainian constitution. So if you read the Ukrainian constitution, you're not allowed to have an election in the midst of a war. Now, if the constitution was changed, then absolutely. But this talk, and I heard it from J.D. Vance as well, hold elections. It's ignorant. It doesn't understand what's going on the ground. Many Ukrainians are actually abroad at the moment. It'll be difficult for them. And you're in a situation of war. That's not when you hold elections. And it's a distraction. A complete distraction from the fact that Russia has invaded Ukraine. What are we going to do about it?
Okay, Licia, expand on that. To Jackson's point about why there aren't elections to take the question away regarding Zelensky's legitimacy. And then I also want you to respond to this. If Russia does agree to a ceasefire or a peace deal, if Ukraine does make territorial concessions, is there any trust left that you think Russia is a reliable partner at the negotiating table?
Right, there's no trust towards Russia whatsoever. So let's take that question off the table. Russia has breached its trust so many times in the past in our bilateral relations. This happened in 2014. This later happened in 2022. Coming back to the discussion that we are having here, I'm actually very disturbed that we're not talking about the topics at hand, the burning topics that the viewers want to hear about, what's happening on the ground, what will happen to a state that is clearly an aggressor state, what are the consequences of this aggression. and that we are turning time and time again to hear some personal attacks from one of the co-panelists on the other two co-panelists. And actually, I agree here with Tobias. The fact that our third co-panelist is in Moscow right now and is visiting illegally occupied territories of Ukraine speaks volumes for who we are dealing with. And I'm also extremely upset to be hearing the sorts of propaganda about how happy every single Ukrainian is living in Russia-occupied territory, spending rubles and so on. How about the Ukrainian-speaking population in those areas? Where are they? Why don't you speak about the isolation prison? Why don't you speak about the torture centers? Why don't you speak about the points where parents get separated from their children? Why don't you speak about the thousands, the 20,000 of children that have been illegally deported from Ukraine, that have been taken from their parents, that their parents are right now in basically concentration camps and torture prisons, and these kids are being put up forcefully for adoption into Russian families, never to see their Ukrainian families again, never to see their Ukraine again, where these children are made to learn Russian, where these children are forced to be Russified, and as soon as the boys reach 16, they start to be trained in the Russian army to then go back and kill Ukrainians. Why don't you talk about that?
Okay,
that part
Jackson?
of the Ukrainian population.
What about the Ukrainian population in those occupied territories that you visited?
Yes, the population in the territories, by the way, they're not occupied, they're liberated. The territories that I visited,
Semantics,
I mean, they were all very happy.
It's not semantics.
They were very
international law. They are occupied by Russia that is waging the war of aggression against
Miss Parliament member, let's talk about international law for a second. Let's talk about your buddies in the Azov Battalion, the Nazi Azov Battalion that you support. You want to uphold international law? I think you should be tried at a Nuremberg-like trial for crimes against humanity and supporting these Nazis who are murdering and slaughtering innocent civilians in the Donbass and have been since 2014. Again, I know you never talked about that before the special military operation began. I looked at your Twitter. I noticed you didn't talk about it. But why don't we uphold that international law?
I didn't have a Twitter account before 2019.
You condemn the Azov Battalion?
Okay, but before we get into this, Jackson, I just want you to respond to the question at hand, because if we go off on too many tangents, we're not going to be able to cover all the topics we need to. Respond to the question that Lesia put to you directly about the state of the Ukrainian speaking and the Ukrainian population in that eastern part of the country that you have visited, and then we're going to move on to an American focus.
Well, that part of the country voted overwhelmingly back in 2014 to become somewhat sovereign. They said that they wanted certain levels of sovereignty, and eventually later on in 2014 they voted to become independent. And that's what actually started this whole thing, because their rights were being trampled on. They wanted to speak Russian. Their Russian language was being taken away from them. They recognized that the president was couped illegally. They were 10 votes short of an impeachment in the Verkhovna Rada. I know this second guy here from the UK keeps talking about the Constitution of Ukraine. Well, the Constitution was violated when the president was illegally couped. And the people in eastern Ukraine said, that's enough. We don't want to be a part of this anymore. And then Ukraine slaughtered those people for 8 years because they decided to do that. Same with Crimea. They would have done the same there if they had the opportunity to slaughter them. But of course, they can't do that.
Excuse me, who did Ukraine slaughter? This is the most insane piece of lies.
Do you deny? Wait.
Just plain lies.
Who did Ukraine slaughter? Do you deny that there were OSCE?
To millions of viewers.
Wait.
It's just simply not right. It's not journalism.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
Presumptions and assumptions, and I'm sorry, but this is impossible to listen.
Okay, you asked me a question.
Because there were never situations where Ukraine forbid anyone to speak Russian. There are millions of people today still in Ukraine who speak Russian freely in the streets, in their home lives, wherever. There was never issues about prosecutions for the Russian language, unlike prosecutions for the Ukrainian language in occupied territories that Russia holds control over at the moment. There were never issues of anyone in Ukraine being slaughtered by the Ukrainian government. I'm sorry, this is completely untrue and completely out of the blue. And you have zero facts to prove it and to stand for your words.
Were there not OSCE observers in the Donbass were there not OSCE observers there monitoring everything and monitoring the ceasefire violations and which civilians were being killed on which side? Did that not happen, or am I forgetting that?
I think you are really seriously twisting a lot of information and words into one point. And no, it did not happen that Ukrainian soldiers were killing Ukrainian civilians. It did not.
Okay, all right, Tobias, do you want to make a comment? Let's hear from you, and then we're going to have to move on.
I do. I mean, with respect, I think this is almost farcical interviews that I've ever participated in. Now, I've spoken about Ukraine many times. I've visited the country. We've discussed it on this program as well. But I am actually pleased, Jackson, that your views are being aired, because what we're hearing is exactly what is spouted to the Russian people to justify what's going on there. So in a way, you're providing a service, but you are so deluded as to what's happening on the ground and the dangers of where this goes because of what you believe in and what you've convinced yourself is where the direction of travel. It's very dangerous indeed, and it shows the power of propaganda, the power of social media today. And we need to get back to the facts here. Russia invaded Ukraine. We're in this dilemma where not enough effort has been made to push Russian forces out of Ukraine. Where do we go from here? Is there going to be a deal? This can only be done if America and Europe are on the same page. If they're not, it becomes very problematic indeed. And I just stress again, sorry to reiterate it, but the bigger picture here is what is going on globally with China's advance of an alternative vision as to where our world goes. These are dangerous times indeed, and Ukraine is the ground zero of where it's all happening.
You mentioned the US, that the US and Europe and all parties in the conflict need to be on the same page. Let me move us on to our final section of the debate before we run out of time. President Trump spoke to the coalition that was meeting in Paris in a joint phone call during Thursday's meeting and said Europe needs to be doing more to end its reliance on Russian oil, accusing some European countries of funding the war effort. Now, there's no denying that some European leaders have been nervous about America's level of commitment to Ukraine's future security. And those jitters are only amplified by a president who continuously talks up his friendship with Putin and fails to follow through on any threat against the Russian leader. Lesia, let me ask you. President Trump has set out numerous deadlines for Russia to show that it's serious about peace, and they've all come and gone with no repercussions. Has Trump's diplomatic offensive failed?
It's an ongoing, I wouldn't say offensive, it's a process, it's an ongoing process. And we have faith in our strategic partners, the US being one of our main strategic partners, along with the UK. So we as the Ukrainian people, headed by the legitimate Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, we are, of course, sitting by and waiting. I can't say that it's easy. It's extremely hard. It's extremely demoralizing at times to see how dialogue after dialogue is leading to no results, but more shootings on Ukrainian people, more air raids, more missile attacks that are being dropped in Western cities, in the capital, more civilian lives that are being taken. For us, this is extremely painful, and we would like to see the peace process move on much faster. But the only way to get the peace process to yield results is to make sure that the aggressor is immobilized, demilitarized, and unable to wage further aggression. And to do that, the US, along with Europe, need not only to enforce the sanctions, reinforce the sanctions, but also enforce the existing sanctions that are in place right now against Russia. And number two is, of course, make sure that there are no loopholes to circumvent the sanctions. This is not only about oil and gas sanctions. This is also about the selling of elements, components that are being found in the missiles that Russia launches onto Ukraine. Unfortunately, according to our intelligence services and our MFA, we find still a large number of components which are procured in the UK, in Germany, in Italy, that are then used in Russian missiles that are firing on Ukrainian civilians. But this is something that we are dealing with directly at bilateral levels and multilateral levels with our Western partners.
Okay. Jackson, what do you think of President Trump's diplomatic efforts here? He made out that this was going to be easy. Has he failed in his ability to be able to make a deal here?
Yes, I think on day one, President Trump should have come in and either said, Zelensky, you have to give up whatever President Putin wants, or else I'm going to wipe my hands clean. We're going to cut off Starlink, cut off all of the intelligence sharing, stop the weapons flow, which is kind of a difficult thing to do logistically in the short term, that is. And he should have broken bread with President Putin within the first week. He should have done that. I mean, Russia has always been a great friend of the United States. They helped our liberation effort in 1776 against the British. They helped us in the Civil War. They helped us in the War of 1812. So, yeah, I think Trump has failed thus far. Hopefully he can have some sort of a shift in the right direction. I think the meeting in Alaska was a good step. But it needs to be something tangible and serious, and so far we haven't seen that.
Tobias, the president is very transactional in his approach to foreign policy. Can this coalition of the willing rely on him to not change his mind if a better deal comes up?
Just to comment on Jackson, I mean, the love affair that you're describing between America and Russia, I think you glossed over the fact that Russia, the Soviet Union, almost took the world to a nuclear war in the 1960s. But we'll move on from that. The concern that many have about Trumpism, if you like, the retreat, the America first, the isolationism, is, in my view, this approach of Donald Trump to say, look, the global order isn't really working very well. I'm happy to allow a jungle out there to be chaotic. Each of the big beasts in that jungle are going to have their sphere of influence. America will have Panama, Greenland, Canada, and so forth. That'll be America's. Europe, Eastern Europe, that will be Russia's, and that includes Ukraine. China can have that. And as long as these three big beasts, alpha males, have their own territorial rights and respect each other, Donald Trump believes that the world can continue. That's a very dangerous approach as to where our world could drift to. It's a recipe for conflict. And I think what Donald Trump is realizing is that he can't court Putin in the way that he hoped to strike deals. It is curious. You mentioned oil there. I think there's some truth in that. But it's very difficult for European countries just to turn the taps off and keep their economies going. What we need to see is a plan to then unpick their reliance on Russia. That is something that Trump should be asking, because what's curious is that meeting in Alaska, I understand, was part discussions about Ukraine and part discussions about minerals deals. So America doing deals with Russia as well, which underlines that sort of Trumpism approach as to where our global order has gone. Happy to strike deals, transactional deals with both friend and foe, but with no commitment, as all previous US presidents have, to where our global order should be going.
What do you think, Leigh, about Trump's reliability as a deal maker, as a negotiator here? If he does make a deal, you said that there was no trust with the Russians. Is there trust with the Americans?
There is trust with the Americans, also with the rest of the Western allies. As you have seen over the last talks, it's not just the conversation happening between bilateral conversation between U.S. president and the Ukrainian president. It's also all of the leaders from Europe who are joining the table and who are there in the discussions, in the dialogue, because it's not just about the fate of Ukraine, it's also about the security of Europe, in particular the Eastern and Central European states who are bordering Ukraine and Russia. They will be most affected by the results of the peace deal, whatever that peace deal is. So it's good that there is an expansion there with their interlocutors and those who are participating in the deal making. That's already a good chance. So it's not just about the trust of one partner. Let's actually build up collective trust for a collective peace and security that is being brokered here.
Jackson, does President Trump have the trust of the international community, because he seems to make deals, break deals, put tariffs on the table, take them off the table, put consequences for not looking serious about peace and then taking them off the table? Do you think that President Trump really has sort of lost his way a bit on this deal?
Yes, he has lost his way, but I think he really shouldn't care about the international community. I mean, when we say the international community, we're really talking about the Western world, who has, gone along with the United States previous administrations that were completely controlled by the deep state, with every single major globalist illegal war that the United States or Britain helped lead. So who cares about the international community? I think that we should chart new waters. I think that the United States should look eastward. I think that we should look at Russia. I think we should look at China. Trump just said he wants to meet with Kim Jong-un. Terrific. This is the direction we should be looking. We shouldn't be looking at Europe. Europe is dead. It is filled with all this LGBTQ nonsense. Their economy is dying. Let Europe die on its own. We don't need to be a part of that.
Tobias, is Europe really dying?
No, and what a load of waffle. America needs Europe to be strong because the American and European economy is so interlinked, as is our security interests as well, which go way beyond the Atlantic partnership. And this is where Donald Trump, I hope will wake up and recognize it. He sort of picked this up when he was over for the NATO summit. Every single day, Britain is attacked by Russia in the gray zone. This is where we're seeing the advance of warfare. We have this shadow fleet of Russian ships that are dragging their anchors to try and clip undersea cables. We've had assassinations on European soil, including the UK as well. We've had disinformation campaigns, which I think I felt I've had a deluge of just now, but also through social media, interfering with elections. This is what Russia does extremely well. It controls its own society in that way, and it's spilling way beyond there to try and influence open societies across Europe. And if Europe is distracted, there may come a point, much as we're seeing, suggestions that America should court China. I mean, that again is for the birds. But ultimately, there could be a clash, a major clash that America is involved in, and it will become looking to Europe to say, will you be with us again? Will you actually stand with us? And we will be too distracted by what's going on with this bun fight with Russia. And that is what America needs to wake up to.
OK. Tobias, I mean, Richard Nixon famously met with Chairman Mao as part of a US strategy to sort of try and split the communist bloc. Is there not maybe a method to President Trump's, for want of a better phrase, apparent madness, method in his madness, trying to improve relations with Russia because that could achieve a better outcome in the end?
I think you asked probably the most important question that we've had so far. Well, what is the off-ramp that takes where China is on a clear mission. I've stressed that a couple of times. It's courting countries around the world through its Shanghai Cooperation Organization, through the One Belt, One Road, an alternative vision. And countries are liking it. Partly, this is the only point I think I agree with Jackson, is that the West have actually lost its moral authority. Invasions in Afghanistan and Iraq, Guantanamo Bay, for example. There are many examples where we've lost sight of our values and our standards. And understandably, there's been countries that say, I don't really like where the West is going. I'm going to try something else. So where is that ultimate summit in the future that might bring the big heads around the table, a Vienna Congress, a Treaty of Versailles, all merged into one, Bretton Woods, to say, how are we going to map out a vision that's going to be that pragmatic off-ramp for the 21st century? If we don't, then I'm afraid it's going to lead to greater conflict, a world at war. World War III, if you like, different to the last, but a world at conflict because nobody can put the alarm bells out that are glowing on the global order dashboard.
All right, let's get a last word from our other panellists before we need to wrap up. Jackson, what is the off-ramp here? Can we avoid a global conflict?
Of course we can avoid a global conflict. I mean, none of this would have ever happened if the election wasn't stolen from Donald Trump in the first place. And he was president when this was all initially going down. I think probably the initial accords and agreements that Russia signed on to would have been respected by the Ukrainian counterparts, and none of this would have happened. But unfortunately, that didn't happen, and now we're in this position. So I think Trump can avoid, global conflict. One last thing I want to say, I thought it was hilarious when the other panelists said that the United States needs Europe to be strong. That was the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. Half of your economies in Europe are on life support, and they are completely reliant on Brussels and Germany and France. France is still okay. Germany's completely collapsed. Don't even get me started on inflation in the UK. You guys are a joke.
Okay, we'll talk tariffs and economies on another debate. Leigh, round us out. What is the off-ramp here? Can a global conflict be avoided, or are we getting precariously close?
Look, we already are in the global conflict. Russia is using Iranian drones, North Korean troops, North Korean missiles. There's even reports of some Chinese soldiers fighting on the Russian side against Ukraine. So let's be clear about that. This is already global. This has already gone global. It's about whether we manage to constrain this conflict, this war, within the territory where it is right now, and whether we manage to put an end to it so that it doesn't spread to the territories of other countries and of other regions. And the only way to do it is to make sure that the aggression stops, that the order pre-aggression is restored, and that the aggressor bears responsibility for the crime of aggression. That's the only way to make sure that the red light is turned on aggression, not just in Europe, but on potential aggression in other regions of the world, and that dictators all across the world get the message loud and clear. And it's about a collective responsibility, not about just one country bearing full responsibility of being a victim of the crime of aggression. It's about a collective responsibility and a collective awareness about what actions lead to what consequences.
Well, let's hope there is an off-ramp before too many more lives are lost. We appreciate the time you've given us here on Counterpoints. To everyone, to our panellists, thank you so much for joining us here. Lesia Vasilenko, Ukrainian MP for the Hollis Party, Tobias Elwood, former British Conservative MP, and Jackson Hinkle, political commentator and host of the Legitimate Targets podcast. Thanks for joining us. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the Metropolis.
The big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Houston. Houston, Texas counts as probably one of the most interesting, mysterious cities in the world. And this is perhaps mainly because of its Space Center, the place for NASA's astronaut training and flight control complex. Alongside its outer space and otherworldly curiosities, the city also includes the Theater District, the Houston Grand Opera, the Historic District, among others. The city is beautified with 19th century inspired architecture with trendy establishments. It's known for being one of the diverse places to live in Texas. Welcome to Houston. Here you'll find world-class attractions and events. Its dining, shopping, entertainment, and nightlife are commendable as well. Space and science is, of course, one of the things unique to the city. Houston was actually the first spoken word from the moon. You'll find NASA's Johnson Space Center here. Energy, aeronautics, transportation, manufacturing, and with a leading healthcare sector are things to boast about Houston. Best of all, the city's resources for space and science is what provides tourists and residents an abundance of employment opportunities and educational advantages. At the same time, Houston is also home to a lot of shopping fun. The Galleria is the largest mall in Texas, providing pure shopping gratification for visitors. The suburb is in fact called a leading outdoor retail outlet spot, as it hosts over 200 specialty stores in its compound. Another thing you've probably heard about the city are its sports teams. Professional football, baseball, basketball, and soccer games are big here. Houston is home to Reliant Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and BBVA Compass Stadium, and sports enthusiasts flock to see the Astros, Texans, Dynamos, and Rockets play their best game. College sports are major here too. Houston has 5 prominent teams to follow. Minor leagues play around town as well, including the women's teams. At the same time, a variety of annual sports-themed events are scheduled all year round, such as golf tournaments, running marathons, and the rodeo, among others. Also find in the city a 17-block area full of entertainment and arts. Art organizations, galleries, plazas, and movie theaters line the streets of downtown Houston. Be sure to visit one or catch a show during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News,
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. France has plunged into political crisis as Prime Minister Francois Bayrou loses a vote of confidence from his own MPs. Israeli authorities say 6 people are dead, including a pregnant woman, after a shooting in Jerusalem. And President Trump prepares to welcome EU leaders to Washington to discuss ending the war in Ukraine. Now, the French government has collapsed as Prime Minister Francois Bayrou has been ousted by Parliament after losing a vote of confidence. With the country on the brink of an economic crisis and potential civil unrest predicted, French President Emmanuel Macron's political future is also now in doubt. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Ellie El-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and also Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Dr. Ellie, dramatic day today in France. It wasn't unexpected, but this plunges France into even more turmoil. We mentioned political and economic crisis. And what does this all mean for Macron?
That's true. That's very true. It is not unexpected. But definitely what's coming is going to be even more difficult for Macron specifically, but for France more generally. This instability has been ongoing since President Macron decided to go for snap elections a year and a half ago. And since then, he hasn't been able to reach that stability because the parliament is significantly divided into 3 parts between the left, the center, and the right, and none of them has the ability to create a clear majority. Since then, he's been trying to have somebody in the prime ministry that he can, coexist with, as the term in French politics is. but it hasn't been easy, and now it's going to be even more difficult. But the more problematic point is that Bayrou is falling because of his budget policies that are harsh requirements by the EU to cut the deficit significantly and to cut the spending significantly. The most probable thing that's going to happen is for the left, center-left, to take on the lead. But can they do these cuts? Can they follow these requirements of the EU? This is where the answer is completely not clear. And if they come to power, it's completely unexpected what they will do, and will they be able to do these decisions?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a really good point, because lots of analysts have been looking at this and they're saying it could be the left who is going to become the next prime minister in order to keep the coalition government in France intact. But you know what, Jono? France's finances have been in the picture so much. Dr. Ellie mentioned it there. You know, France is the second largest economy in the Eurozone, but it's now becoming the sick child of Europe. Their debt is ballooning. Their borrowing costs are higher than Greece, which many people couldn't have predicted that long ago. So what is the situation now, and how will this latest no confidence vote that we've seen in Francois Bayrou actually affect the finances?
So market-wise, at least, I think the markets were braced for this. We knew, and even you, Dr. Ellie, said last Thursday that this was on the cards. We've known this for a while. So the no confidence vote won't have shocked the markets too much. What may shock the markets is on Friday, the Fitch review happens on Friday. That will check France's credit and see where is it at now. Currently, it's at AA negative. It may go down, and if this negative outlook means it goes down, that will mean higher borrowing costs, and that's the last thing France currently needs. As you said, it's correctly between Greece, Italy and France, which I don't think anyone ever could have predicted. However, they haven't had a balanced budget since 1974, so one might argue that this has been on the cards for a while, and the deck of cards that has been dealt to this government may not exactly be the fairest one. So politically now, the instability that's here may lead to a knock-on effect with that. But for right now, when you look at the GDP, on paper at least, it looks like it's not exactly performing how it should be. So Friday will tell a lot. Markets will remain probably stable until then. Likely Monday or Tuesday we'll see a knock-on effect. And Bayrou will remain in power, by the way, until such a point that a successor is appointed. So we have got a little bit of an intern period now where we don't know exactly what's going on. And I think the markets may reflect that.
And you know what, Dr. Ellie, you mentioned it there, that Bayrou, he will obviously hand his resignation letter into Macron. You know, the formalities will happen. He'll stay in place until a new prime minister is elected. Deja vu, I feel like, from when Michel Barnier went through the exact same thing just 9 months ago in France. He was a seasoned politician. You know, Dr. Ellie, when you think about Michel Barnier in the grand scheme of the European Union and how long he's been in the political sphere. But I just wonder right now what this actually means in reality for Emmanuel Macron. How weakened is Emmanuel Macron? And also, another thing, where does France really go from here?
Well, we saw with the European elections that he is no longer the main popular figure in France, and that Le Pen took a lot of advance with the right-wing coalition that they had. This is when he called for the snap elections. That didn't turn out for his benefit. And since then, as we said, the continuous instability, burning through key figures like the people who tried to bring some stability. Meanwhile, this is not working out. And whoever is going to be next is going to be in even more unstable because of the economic pressure that Jono presented. I think Macron is really suffering in the internal scene, and I think his coalition, the Centre, the Ensemble, is going to lose even more with any upcoming election. That's why I think he's going to hesitate to call for another snap election. But if things don't work out well, if the coexistence doesn't work well, if the EU pressure on a clear budget, on a less deficit budget are increasing, then something needs to be done. It's not going to be in his favor at all.
Theoretically speaking, he could call. A presidential election could be called, and we've seen that there's already been calls for him to stand down. I don't think he's going to go anywhere in this.
Not really, no.
Likely he will appoint a new prime minister. But it's so fragmented. This assembly is such a fragmented assembly that I don't see who's going to come to the fore to have a success here. And I don't think a snap election, they can run the risk of that, because Marine Le Pen likely could have great gains in that.
Oh, I think the argument for a snap election is, again, another hung parliament. And again, we're in the situation that we're in now. It's a coalition government that comes in to rule the country, and they can't pass things like a budget to bring down the deficit that France is facing. But another thing I wanted to speak about, Emmanuel Macron. We talk about this internal political crisis that is, of course, happening in France. What about on an international stage, Jono? How is Macron doing on that kind of front?
So I think it depends on who you ask. I think he's had massive losses in Europe with regards to popularity, but then you have to look at the Anglo-Franco relations, which are in a place that they've not been in a very, very long time. Due to that state dinner, the visit which took place as well. He really did a lot of solid favours for those relations there. But I don't think there's a comparable Franco-Germanic relationship. I don't see anything else that's happening in Europe that would say that he's very likeable through Europe. But I can base it upon the UK, saying that I do think he's a liked character there. But it's not based upon his political prowess, for sure. It's based upon the fact that he came over for tea, he sat down with the king and said, let's make some deals here with regards to immigration.
But then the one-in, one-out deal on the immigration crisis in the UK was seen as something that was a big step forward between the two countries. Dr. Elie, your impression of Emmanuel Macron on the international stage?
Catastrophic. Definitely closer to the UK for the reasons that Jono mentioned. But the guy has not succeeded in any endeavor that he has done on the international scene. In Africa, his policies were a catastrophe. In the Middle East, his policies were a catastrophe. And the mere success of getting some deals for Total here and there in Iraq and in few other places, these are the only achievements that he can present for his people on the international scene. Even the core of Europe, which is Germany, French relations, even that is not as well as it was before. He is really not a very successful foreign politician. He is not a very successful diplomat. But we have to remember, this guy came out of nowhere and gained the full spectrum of the French support, and now his popularity is deteriorating. So definitely it's let's say, a case that we need to study well, but I think it is already on the back steps, and it is going to be waning with the upcoming elections.
Yeah, very interesting conversation. Thank you so much for that talk on Emmanuel Macron and his catastrophic, according to Dr. Elie, international stage presence. Let's move on to another story now. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has visited the scene of the Jerusalem shooting, where at least 6 people were killed earlier today. Dozens of people were seen running from a bus stop during Monday's morning rush hour. Paramedics say a further 15 people were injured, with 6 in a serious condition. Israeli police say 2 attackers were neutralized soon after. Here's what Netanyahu had to say.
We are now pursuing and surrounding the villages from which the terrorists came, and we will track down everyone who assisted them and those who sent them. We will take even harsher measures. I want to state as clearly as possible, these murders and attacks on all fronts do not weaken us. They only strengthen our determination to accomplish the mission we have set for ourselves in Gaza and Samaria and everywhere.
So, Dr. Elie, we heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who did attend the scene today. 2 attackers were shot by police. A 3rd was indeed arrested. What else do we know about the people who are responsible for today's event?
Not much, actually. I can almost say that they are common Palestinian guys. They are definitely Palestinian from the West Bank. They were able to infiltrate Jerusalem through checkpoints and to do that attack. Definitely the Israeli forces have recognized them. They are already presenting or doing some retaliatory actions against their families, against their villages in Ramallah and other villages. But again, my question is, when will this end, and what is the long-term game of Israel? What's going to happen even if you win Gaza, even if you win the war you are currently doing, even if you annex the West Bank? Okay, what's next? What are you going to do with the people Violence can only get violence, and pressure can only get explosions here and there, or at least some release of anger, some extremism that is getting more and more in the minds of children, of people, of young people, people who are frustrated from what's happening. They're going to react somehow, whichever way they can. So is the policy of Netanyahu really for the best interest of Israel on the long term, for the stability of Israel on the long term? Definitely not for the case of Palestine, but at least even for his own sake, for his people's sake. I'm not sure it is leading Israel where it should be. I'm not sure it is leading to a better, more peaceful, more stable Israel.
Earlier, I actually spoke to journalist Noga Tranopolsky about how people are responding to Israel's actions in Gaza. Just take a listen to what she said.
The reality that you've just been describing for Israelis, with now this terror attack, with many of their children being called up to reserve duty, with deaths in Gaza for which they are being blamed every single day. This has become a very, very grim, grinding reality. And this is showing up in the polls. So Netanyahu, who has not been very popular throughout this term in office, right now really does not have the support of Israelis.
So, Jono, we just heard there from a journalist, and she was saying, Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have the support of the Israelis. But let's talk about Hamas. They have praised the attackers but not claimed any responsibility. Yep. So we have heard from Hamas. And the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, issued what he called a final warning to Hamas. And how has everything responded? How has Hamas gone?
So
what more do we know?
I think initially a lot of people speculated that this was a Hamas attack. We know that it's not. It is a resistance. And I really think we've discussed this before. I think the fuel in the tank of Hamas well and truly is out. They don't have the capability, militarily speaking, to come back at Israel anymore. So what we're seeing now is a small faction of people within Gaza, within the West Bank, who have said, right, we're going to take matters into our own hands, going to Israel and cause drama in places like Jerusalem. The tone that Hamas used for this said, yes, we're in direct ownership of this. However, it was that classic tactic. They're avoiding escalation, but they're also signaling their support for an attack like this, which you may indicate would have a knock-on effect that you would see a snowball that will be more of this in sort of their attack as well. Hamas are not backing down. Even though, as I said, there's very little left, they've got nothing they can come back to Israel with anymore. And the threat of annihilation seems to be doing very little to deter Hamas whatsoever. Now, Netanyahu, meanwhile, and we've heard this from Israelis who are on the ground in Tel Aviv, we are seeing daily protests that are taking place very close to his house and on the streets of Tel Aviv, saying that they don't want the war in Gaza to continue. Now, that's not everyone in Israel. Of course, it couldn't be, because if it was, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in. Hamas are trying to, I think, garner support at home, but also avoiding that accountability abroad, which is exactly what an attack like this does. It says, right, we've in some way had an action here, but we've not actually got any accountability for it. So in somewhat that protects Hamas yet again. And I don't think the threat, regardless of how strong it is going to make any difference. But much to what Dr. Ellie said, what happens after that is anyone's game. We really have no roadmap in place for what happens post Hamas's annihilation, as Netanyahu has put it.
I think we need to also signal to what's coming on now in the news with the speech of President Abbas. He is joining the discourse yet again that there is no future of Hamas in Gaza. Hamas will not rule Gaza after the end of the war. And he pledged that the Palestinian Authority can take control of Gaza with the Arab and international support. And more importantly, he pledged to organize presidential and parliamentary elections within 1 year of that. So, on the other hand, we have seen American and Qatari pressure on Hamas to accept the current deal on the table, whatever that is. So I do agree completely with Jono. It's the rope around Hamas is tightening, and we have to keep separating between Hamas as a terrorist organization and between the Palestinian people. The anger and the feeling of resistance in the Palestinian people is going to remain there. But Hamas, definitely its days are ending, and it has to recreate itself in a more peaceful, in a more political way, rather than a military fraction.
You have to wonder how many members of Hamas are still left. When we initially started talking about this, and when we post October 7th, when we started discussing how many members there were of Hamas, it was estimated to be 10 to 20,000, with over 46,000 people having been killed in Gaza. Now you have to wonder, well, 40% is what Israel say of those were terrorists. That seems pretty close to the 20,000 mark to me, which means there must only be single-digit figures of Hamas terrorists remaining in Gaza. If that's the case, or if it's a number of thousand and the annihilation is close, I think at least with Abbas there is now some sort of a roadmap in place from their point of view. But Israel haven't reciprocated and given us any idea for what their plan is once this annihilation takes place.
And that's the big question here, because, you know, Abbas can come through and say the PA will have these plans, but will Israel actually allow that to happen? That's one of the big questions. And will the international community support the PA in doing that? But another thing is it's the ideology that we've been speaking about so much. You can annihilate Hamas, but does the ideology ever actually leave? And I think that's a big question that a lot of people have been asking.
And a very legitimate question. But from the other side of the coin, I say that people are fed up of wars and ideologies and never-ending death and never-ending war. And the people of Palestine, like every people around the world, simply want to live in peace in a state that they govern themselves in. So, especially with the absence of Netanyahu's day-after plan, it's not there. He's doing the war. He doesn't have a plan for what's coming after. In the absence of that, any viable solution, I think he will have to accept the PA formula somehow, a reformulated PA with direct international or American or Arab presence somehow. This is the only way out. Unless he accepts that, it's going to be a never-ending war with no winner in sight.
And I think that is an absolute massive concern that everyone has, the international community and many people. Why are we talking about the day after right now where there's no plan in place? Jono, just quickly, we know Greta Thunberg, who is the activist, is once again on her way to try and break this deadlock and get aid into Gaza. What's the situation?
Well, she's on yet another wild goose chase. Greta Thunberg and similar like her have been told that if they make their way towards Israeli waters, and as soon as they get to that point, that they will not only be detained, but that this time they will be taken to a holding cell. They will be detained for an extended period of time and not just put on a plane and sent back home like they were the last time. Greta Thunberg, still regardless, has gone and now, I believe, made land in Tunisia, and she's making her way towards Israel once again. One would argue that that is, in fact, not to try and get aid through, because the aid is such an insignificant amount that's on board that flotilla that it's kind of irrelevant. But what it is more of a symbolic gesture to say, we cannot get through, nobody can get through, aid is not getting into Gaza to the people who need it most. I likely see this playing out exactly how it played out the last time. I don't envisage that the IDF will retain Greta Thunberg and her cohorts in Israel for any extended period of time. I believe she'll be put back on a plane once again once she makes landfall. But I think the concept behind this is wonderful, and I always think that anything that's bringing attention to the plight of people on the ground in Gaza is a step forward. But this is just a rehash of what happened the last time yet again. But she's been warned not to do this and has gone ahead and done it anyway. A concern, I think, unnecessary.
No, I think the same. I think it's a good PR in the sense of bringing attention and maybe highlighting the case, but it's definitely useless in the practical sense of the term, neither in political nor in humanitarian term.
Well, we'll watch and see how far that flotilla does get. Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And US President Donald Trump is preparing to welcome EU leaders to Washington this week to discuss plans to end the war in Ukraine. It comes as Moscow launched its largest overnight attack since the start of the full-scale invasion, using 810 drones and 13 missiles. Here's what Trump told reporters following the blast.
European leaders are coming over to our country on Monday or Tuesday, and individually. And I think we're going to get that settled. But I am not happy with them. I'm not happy with anything having to do with that war. It's just such a waste of great humanity. When they're losing 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week for no reason, you have to get it settled. We're going to get it done. The Russia-Ukraine situation, we're going to get it done. I have confidence we're going to get it done.
Dr. Ellie just said there, in 24 hours. That didn't happen, did it?
That was his campaign promise, right? That was the
plan. I know, but he's going to get it done now, Dr. Ellie. So what's driving this, a fresh push for joint action against Russia?
Macron's great foreign policy.
The coalition of the willing.
I mean, this is just another example of how meaningless are Macron's steps, and may I say the European steps altogether. They know they cannot, send the troops by force to Ukraine. And yet they put together this coalition of the willing. They threaten, they escalate, and practically they cannot do anything much more than what they are already doing. And I think Putin is simply responding to their threats and saying, I will continue to bomb. Let's remind ourselves that Putin has never stopped, even when we are talking about negotiations. His tactic is keep pushing through the talk about negotiations. So if we get to the table, Ukraine would be at its weakest point ever. More importantly, towards Trump's speech or whatever comments he said, Putin is still not feeling any pressure. And without the significant pressure, he will not sit on a negotiation table. He will not give anything up from his plans. He can achieve them through force. He will continue to try to achieve them through force. Is Trump ready to move back to a party in this conflict, or is he going to try to stay as the broker and as equal distance between Ukraine and Russia? So far, this equal distance has not played well for him. 6-7 months since his election, 0 steps forward. We will see what's going to happen.
But I also think we talk about 6-7 months since his election, and we must remember that previously the EU and the US used to agree on sanctions under Joe Biden against Russia. That hasn't happened since Donald Trump did come into power. So if they agree on a sanctions package, it will be the first time since Trump was elected. But what I find interesting, Jono, is will sanctions be enough when it comes to Vladimir Putin? We've seen the Russian economy. It's actually been pretty robust, better than many people thought it would be. True. And the EU and the US has just appeared to be so out of lockstep when it comes to the war in Ukraine.
You have to ask about the sanctions that have been imposed so far. Have they made any difference? And the short answer is no. Russia have gone through... And this is the talk of phase 2 sanctions from Trump that we've heard so much about, so vague on detail. Yet again, the continuous Trump rhetoric of never saying how annoyed he is with Vladimir Putin, just saying that he's disappointed and using other words that are a little bit flowery. But Russia, they've dealt with so many sanctions in the past. They've weathered them for years. Sanctions, unless they're absolutely severe and likely on secondary parties, are unlikely to do much to deter Putin right now. In fact, I think he's come back in this week on the back of the summit last week that we saw take place with this Global South backing in the BRICS summit that took place, just saying, I am now a stronger force as a result. I know that I have backing. He has got North Korean troops who will go to the front in Ukraine. He feels stronger. And something like this, crossing what Kiev have always called, and Vladimir Zelensky has always said, government buildings are the red line. That just will not be tolerated by Ukraine. To then go in, I think Putin feels embodied in the last week or so. He's taken on this new persona where he knows he has backing, and therefore he will go ahead and do whatever he thinks is right to try and get this war further progressed.
And I think many people would agree with that, and especially after we saw Vladimir Putin go to China, meet Xi Jinping. He also, of course, we cannot forget, was brought back onto the world stage by President Donald Trump himself just 3 weeks ago in Alaska. So, yes, Putin might be feeling emboldened right now. But, Dr. Ellie, what is the answer here? We saw the US put secondary tariffs on India up to 50%. In many ways, people argue that is pushing India closer towards China. But China is actually the biggest buyer of Russian oil. So is the answer now for the EU and the US to put these secondary sanctions on China?
Definitely, with the BRICS development, with that coalition happening, with all the late events that Jono mentioned, Putin has more leeway in avoiding sanctions or in surviving under sanctions. But still, don't underestimate two things. Still, the power of a EU-American coordinated sanctions. These are going to have a significant effect even on China. And also the internal economic situation of Russia. Yes, it has sustained so far. Yes, it has managed to go around. But eventually we know for a fact that this internal situation is deteriorating. His military capabilities are deteriorating. He's using now more drones, more long-range things rather than direct front confrontation. It cannot be sustained for much longer, and Putin knows that. He definitely has the tools between his hands, and if these tools are not taken away, he can drag it more longer and get better results, but he is not completely comfortable in continuing this war for another year. I don't think that's the case, and American pressure will definitely make a huge difference, maybe not a decisive one, but will definitely push Putin at least to sit on a negotiation table.
And I think it's, like you said, it's the cost factor as well. You have to take into consideration we're currently at $450 billion is what they've spent on that's what Russia has spent on this war so far. How long can he continue at this level of spending, where we're seeing billions turned over and over every single month being spent on a war that really is getting no further to a solution? There will be, and we've said this, the Donbass region will be what will effectively come down to it. If Vladimir Zelensky does not relinquish that territory, no peace deal will be reached. But you have to wonder how long Russia can also continue on that.
And I think it's really a good point, because I do think that sometimes we've looked at this and we've thought that maybe Donald Trump has almost tried to hold negotiations with Putin and not put the sanctions, tried to bring him to the table. And a lot of that is to bring Russia's economy back into the world stage, because Russia has a lot to offer and they're the most sanctioned country in the world. But I guess the argument is, was Donald Trump overlooking how hard the negotiations would be to bring peace in Ukraine? Because remember, Ukraine did the minerals deal. So the big question now is, Donald Trump going to be looking at this like the EU are looking at it, and both countries can get on board together?
We have to also remember that Putin's vision of what's going to be the day after in Ukraine has been almost approved by Trump and has been offered by Trump to Putin. So nobody's talking about Russia withdrawing completely from Ukraine. Nobody's even mentioning the NATO and Ukraine joining the NATO. These things have been given already by Trump for Putin, yet Putin did not budge and did not properly sit on a negotiation table and show that he is serious. So this is where we are. This is a big disappointment of Trump. He expected that his friendship with Putin is going to make the whole difference. No, it's not. Things are more serious, more deep than that. He has to change some tactics in order to, again, pressure Putin enough to bring him to the negotiation table.
And even, I think, the olive branch of sorts that was extended when we saw at the summit last week in Putin to say, I'm willing to meet with Vladimir Zelensky, let's go to the table, let's do it in Moscow. That in itself even is, it's ludicrous. That's not likely to be the scenario that should play out, nor should it ever be. But I think Trump has, like you correctly said, overestimated perhaps how quickly he can have this done. We are now way past the 24-hour deadline that he said he would be able to set it out. He may have overestimated his friendship, first and foremost, but second of all, how difficult this was going to be. And I think the meeting of the willing last week has only further fueled the fire. And you can argue that it may have perhaps leveled up the entire offensive in the first place, because now Putin is just saying, I don't really care about Europe. I don't care about your threat of having Ukraine as part of the EU in 2030. None of this makes a difference to me. I will continue, and I will go past the red line that has been set down many, many times by Zelensky, and I will go in for government buildings. It just seems to be a real level up on this offensive.
And it's a good point that you mentioned there as we end this discussion on Russia and Ukraine. You know, the attacks are still happening. You know, things are stepping up a level and people are still losing their lives. And Donald Trump's whole point was always to stop the killing. So we have to now see if sanctions are the only way to do that. Ellie and Jono, thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's move on now. And Prince Harry has arrived back in the UK for the first time in 5 months. The Prince flew in in from California and made a private visit to Windsor Castle to pay his respects to the late Queen on the 3rd anniversary of her death. Speculation is growing over whether or not he will visit King Charles. OK, so, Jono, is the timing of Prince Harry's visit significant?
Symbolic, but we've also seen him lay a wreath privately, but we now know about it, so that may also indicate that it's...
Not very private.
Yeah, it's low-key, but it is a poignant gesture as well, and I think the media, we've said this before, it seems that Prince Harry can do no wrong. It makes no difference what he does. He'll be portrayed in a certain light in the tabloids. And I think this is one of those things that had he not gone and laid a wreath for his grandmother, it would have been perceived very badly. Now you take it up a level and wonder if he's going to go and try and extend that olive branch further again to King Charles, who he hasn't seen in 9 months, we believe. And even if that did happen, that was a private meeting that took place. There's also several other factors that you have to take into play. Meghan is not with him on this trip, so perhaps this is one of these I've come across to try and make amends type trips.
But then I also, just sorry to cut you off there, one of the reasons might be the security fallout, because you remember the British government said that they wouldn't give Prince Harry security, and he's always argued that it would make his family unsafe. So that could be a reason.
True, or he might be just testing the waters for a family reset overall without having any external influences like Meghan to try and be part of this as well. It could be the start of a thaw, and we'll know that when both are in the same place at the same time, because currently King Charles is in Balmoral and Harry is obviously in London. Both will be in London by this weekend, and we could see some sort of a meeting likely to take place behind closed doors. But he's been very vocal about this, about his want to get back in with the family once again. And not simply, I don't think there's any love lost in regards to his title or in regards to property or anything. I don't think that's the concern. I think at the heart of this is somebody who has lost his entire family and feels alienated. He's now forced to live abroad because there is no security guarantees for him in the UK. And again, there's been a lot of things that have gone in the last 1 year in the royal family that would indicate that Harry perhaps wants to come back into the fold once again, kind of with his tail between his legs in this situation. Not because the money's drying up or anything like that, but because he simply wants to make amends.
And it is also his heritage. You know, he went to school in the UK, in Britain. He grew up there. He's been part of the aristocracy. That must be a difficult establishment to leave in general if it's something you've known your whole life. You know, you could go to the US and have this massive change, but really your blood and your heritage runs deep in the UK.
But it is an establishment that has only caused him and his mother and his family pain. So in that sense, I think, yes, it might be more genuine than what people might portray it as. I think he is genuinely trying to make amends with his family because of family ties, because of he loves them, etc. Not because he's after the money, not because he's after the title. I was looking at the estimates of his wealth, and it is around $60 million. Between what he inherited from his mother, what he inherited from the Queen Mother, and then what he gained from that lawsuit with the News Corp, which was $12 million on its own. So I don't think he's after any money or after any role. His image is that rebel prince. And this is what's generating money and attention and all contracts, all kind of things for him. So if he is doing that, it is generally for amends, it is generally for his family. This is my opinion. Of course, we don't know what's happening in the royal family altogether, but yes.
You have to wonder, will the royal family be willing to take him back? He said a lot. He said a lot about his brother. He said a lot, he referred to him as a parrot for the press. The things that are in Spare, a lot of them are quite cutting.
And the fight in the kitchen and the dog bowl.
The whole thing is airing your laundry in a very, very public way. And saying that Prince William called his wife difficult, rude and abrasive. All this stuff is very harsh language to use on a very public setting as well. So you have to question, even if the king is willing to make amends and shake hands...
Is William.
William may not be. And William is the heir.
And I do think it's so sad, though, when I have a look at this whole thing, because falling out with your family is extremely sad. And, you know, there's always that old saying, blood is thicker than water. And he now has children, and those children have grandparents they aren't seeing, and they've got aunties and they've got cousins. And it's the whole extended family that also lose out when the family does have a big part like this. I do hope that there's some sort of reconciliation.
Even if there's not at this stage, as you say, I don't think it's about finances. And as you said, if there's 60 million in the bank, they're probably okay.
Jono, it's not always about the will.
No, but I did think that at one stage I thought making amends now, and his father has gone through a cancer scare. Obviously, Catherine has also gone through a cancer scare, that he might have been concerned that perhaps his inheritance may or may not be there. But apparently it's in a trust regardless, so the personal finances may be a totally different situation. But perhaps he's just over to try and make amends before anything untoward and touch wood it doesn't happens, so that he makes sure that he gets some
the
sort of...
The question is, do you blame Meghan for all of that, or him?
But this is the Wallace-Simpson argument that you go back to again and again, and when you look at King Edward and when he was in power, was it Wallace-Simpson? You don't know whose fault it was.
Well,
I'm not
you know
blaming
what?
Meghan.
I feel like we could do a whole show on Meghan and Harry, because I think that we've all got really great opinions. But thank you so much for that. As we move on to the final part of our show, we've reached that point where Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Dr. Ellie, I want to talk about yours, because I couldn't go onto social media last night without seeing this red moon scenario that everyone was posting about.
Beautiful or scary or crazy, this is all the debate about it. It was definitely spectacular.
Did you see it?
Of course.
Oh, did you? I forgot, and I was walking my dogs. I could have just looked up. Yeah.
No, definitely, it was spectacular. It was beautiful, and it was very well seen from Dubai, where we are. But again, this is the whole moon, story coming back again, with people thinking it is a great bringer of luck, and the people who believe it is a great bringer of transformations, or even bad things, bad omen, and things that could happen in the future. The division in the social media is always like that. It has always been like that for centuries, and especially in the old days, with the connection between astronomy and astrology, and the people believing that the moon will have effect on our lives and on the people's behavior. And it seems Jono does believe in that.
Well, it's not that I believe in it or don't believe in it necessarily, but I do know the stem in it from the root from it is Latin originally, and then transferred to French, and then eventually to English. Luna, meaning moon, and the translation of that was for lunatic, initially believed to be epileptics. They believed would be more susceptible to seizures during a period of a full moon, i.e. you would be a lunatic. But then the common misconception became that it was actually people who were maybe mentally unwell would have been affected by the moon or the moon phases, which has since been disproved. However, there is anecdotal evidence to suggest that...
Scientific evidence from bouncers.
Anecdotal from security guards and from accident emergency staff saying that on an occasion such as a full moon, and certainly something as on such a magnanimous scale as a celestial event like a lunar eclipse, that you will have an increase in the number of people who are in attendance in emergency rooms. So anecdotal, but...
And also, we must remember one quick thing. If we're talking about science, every time there's a full moon like that, we know that the tides change.
Definitely.
It does have an impact on how
the gravity of the moon and the gravity of the Earth do affect each other.
So it's not just a mythical omen in many ways. We do see lots of changes happen within nature itself.
Definitely.
Which is always an interesting conversation, as you said.
Are we part of that nature, and are we also influenced by the
it
difference?
apparently also affects your blood. The tides affect the moon affects your blood. So.
But we are, of course, we are animals. There was
we are part of nature. Yeah.
We are part of nature, and Jono, we're going to talk about yours because it's about Hollywood stars reportedly swapping California for the Cotswolds. And the Cotswolds, if nobody knows, but it's in England.
Yeah, very picturesque area. Apparently, I've not been there. I'm not sure, but you can see on your screens right now how beautifully picturesque and quite quaint English countryside it is. And the latest celebrities to join the likes of it.
It is countryside, huh? Not suburbs of London?
No, it is countryside.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it looks... anyway, the latest celebrities to jump on board this trend are Beyonce and Jay-Z, who've been seen in the area driving around. Apparently they went to the garden centre in their classic Range Rover, so in to pick up a couple of geraniums, I'm sure. And then they're heading back to check out a new 58-acre of land outside Wigginton, which they thought they've just got planning permission to build a spectacular rural estate. Now, this is currently, allegedly, and they're in the final stages of purchasing this. They're going to be a stone's throw away from some wonderful areas that are already there, and big names reside there, much like the lady who's now trying to get out of there and leave again, Ellen, who moved over there a couple of years ago to get away from the hatred she was undergoing in the US. So you now have to wonder, what are Beyonce and Jay-Z running away from in the US to move to the Cotswolds?
Oh, conspiracy, but we will not even get into that side of the conversation.
Or is it the fact that everybody's running away from California because it's becoming such an unlivable place under that famous governor of ours?
Governor Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, yes, that's good. But Dr. Elliott, just want to pick up on something. I love the fact that they went to the Cotswolds, Beyonce and Jay-Z, and they went to a home centre. That's the first place I would go. Do you visit the supermarket or the home centre when you go to a new country? I love a good home centre.
You have to have a feeling of what's living there going to be like.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if these guys are going to be doing their shopping all around by themselves. But
that might be what they want. They might want to get away, a break away from... They want normality.
Like people in that place would not know Beyonce if they see her in the supermarket.
Well, the actual phrase from a 77-year-old local resident said that he didn't know who they were, but he used flowery language to say that he wasn't aware of them and didn't care if they were there either. Jerry said, I've never heard of some of these so-called celebrities, so I don't care.
OK, Jerry. All right. Well, there we go. Thanks to our guest, Dr. Leigh Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T with Michal Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up on today's show, Russia launches its largest aerial assault on Ukraine since the war began. Plus, we'll turn to the US for a roundup of the latest news on the ground with Angie Wong. Welcome to the show. As Russia ramps up its war with Ukraine with a massive drone strike in Kiev, President Trump has called for tougher sanctions on Russia and an increase in NATO spending. Well, joining me to discuss this further is Lord Dannatt, the former head of the British Army. Lord Dannatt, thank you so much for your time. What message do you think Russia is trying to send with this record drone strike on Kiev?
The message that is coming out of the Kremlin is, well, you might be talking about wanting to make peace in Ukraine, and Mr. Trump, you might be talking about it, and European leaders might be talking about it, but frankly, here in the Kremlin, we're not really interested. We will continue with what we've called our special military operation, and we believe we're succeeding. We've got no interest in peace at the present moment. I think that's the message that's coming out of the Kremlin, disappointingly, at the present time.
President Trump's threat of further sanctions. We've seen a lot of sanctions over the past few years. Is this able to realistically change Vladimir Putin's plans for Ukraine?
Well, I think this is the problem that Donald Trump has now got. I mean, he reached out 2 or 3 weeks ago and they had that summit. And the two leaders were pictured across the world of speaking together. But since then, we don't really see any signs of peace coming out of Russia. and Donald Trump has got now to find ways of putting more pressure on Russia. And there have always been more sanctions that could be applied. And I think Donald Trump has now got to decide, well, as much as he would like to try and show that he can do a deal with Vladimir Putin, he can get on well with Vladimir Putin, is what he would like to show. But he may have to reluctantly decide that actually, to use his own words, Putin is tapping him along, and that he may have to toughen up, put more sanctions, and support the Ukrainians even more, and support the Europeans in their planning for whatever might follow by way of a ceasefire. So I think Donald Trump is having to reluctantly realize that his overtures to Putin are being rejected. Every time they have a conversation, it seems that there's another major airstrike on Kyiv or other parts of Ukraine.
There's been a lot of talk as well of a peacekeeping force on the ground. Is this feasible in your mind?
Well, there's talk about all kinds of measures being considered after a ceasefire. And of course, that phrase, after a ceasefire, is absolutely material. There's no way that anything could be done by international forces on the ground ahead of a ceasefire. And begs the question, we were talking about it just now, do we see any prospects for a ceasefire? Well, at the present moment, I don't. However, what's going on in the meantime is a coalition of nations that are willing to participate in peace arrangements, getting on and planning together. The military is good at planning, and various contingency plans are being put together, which might be put into place after a ceasefire. But again, I come back to what I said just now. Nothing can happen until there is a ceasefire, and I can't see any circumstances at the present moment when Vladimir Putin will be willing to have a ceasefire, despite the fact that Trump is calling for one.
We saw Putin, along with Xi and Kim Jong-un, in China for the World War II anniversary. What did you make of their military parade?
Well, it was very impressive, and it was designed to be impressive. It was designed particularly to show non-aligned countries that there is an alternative to the West, the world, the West being led by America. What they were trying to show from Beijing was that a combination of China, Russia, and to an extent North Korea is an alternative to an American-led world. The military power on display was very impressive. But I think we mustn't discount the fact that this is another significant global bloc that is being put together, is being strengthened as China's economy is strengthening, as its military is being increased, that this is an alternative bloc of power to an American Trump-led West.
And as you stated, it was impressive. It drew a lot of praise online. Does this reinforce President Trump's idea that the West must up their military spending?
Well, of course, this is absolutely the case. Unless the West, under US leadership, wants to quietly accept second fiddle in the world, then we have to increase our defence spending, increase our defence capability. Not that we want to be better able to fight a war, but to show that we can talk from a position of strength to deter further incursions in Europe by Russia, further adventures by China in the Indo-Pacific. Of course, there's been a lot of focus on whether China might move against Taiwan. Well, this is always possible, and if China thinks that America is weak, that American security guarantees to Taiwan, to the Philippines, to South Korea, to Japan are not really to be taken seriously, then it increases the possibility of China deciding to move rapidly against Taiwan. So the West has to look seriously at its military capability, look at the amount of money that it's spending on it, and as most sensible commentators are saying and have been saying for some time, we need to increase our defence budgets to increase our defensive deterrent capability.
And as it stands at Lord Dannatt, would the West be able to defend Taiwan against a Chinese attack?
Well, that is an extraordinarily good question. There is no doubt that the Chinese military is very powerful. It's obviously much more significant than the Taiwanese military capability. It begs the question, the extent to which America would be prepared to put its military might at the behest of Taiwan and risk being involved in a very serious, effectively a war with China. most sensible people, most rational people wouldn't want to see this. So this comes back to the whole question of deterrence and security guarantees, which is why it's really important the United States shows that it's strong in the Indo-Pacific area, is prepared to honor its security guarantees to Taiwan, to South Korea, to the Philippines, and to Japan, and to make the Chinese leadership think again. Now, there is a school of thought, which I understand, that if the Chinese are prepared to be patient, there is quite a proportion of the Taiwanese population that would probably prefer to be linked to mainland China and not for Taiwan to remain independent. So it could well be that if China is prepared to play a long game, Taiwan might at some point drop into its lap without having to fight for it. Now that's a matter for the Taiwanese people on a democratic basis, but it would be infinitely preferable for the status quo to remain, for America to show that it is strong enough to deter Chinese aggression, and for the Chinese to be sensible enough not to risk it.
And moving back to the question of military spending, what has been your impression of President Trump's methods in regards to cajoling, if you will, or harassing NATO members in order to increase their military spending?
Well, he's been effective as far as that's concerned, and most people would agree this is not unreasonable. For too long since the end of the Cold War, European countries have been prepared to shelter not just under the United States nuclear umbrella, but to a large extent under the United States conventional capability umbrella. And for nations a few years ago to be spending less than 2% of their GDP on defense, when America was spending much more, and part of that was for the security of Europe, it's not unreasonable that Trump has been cajoling, persuading, arguing the case that European countries should spend more. Now, at the last NATO summit, commitments were made that countries like the United Kingdom would move towards 3.5% of GDP to be spent on hard power, and up to 5% of GDP on defence and security related matters. Now, that's quite a significant increase for the United Kingdom from the somewhere between 2.3 and 2.5% of what we spend now, effectively doubling that. But Trump is not wrong to say, come on, you Europeans, you can't rely on the United States to look after your security. You've got to do it yourself. Your economies are large enough. You can afford to do this. Now get on and do it. And I think of the many things that he's done and said, that is the most sensible, unwelcome in many European countries, but he's right. And European countries have got to step up to the plate, find the cash, and increase defence capability to deter further aggression from Russia.
And I'd like to pick your brain on a question. Is it ever a size of quality over quality? I've seen an interview done by a British Army captain who spoke about you could fit the entirety of the British Army into Wembley Stadium. It holds about 90,000. How big was the Army when you first joined?
Well, the Army when I first joined in the late 60s was somewhere over 150,000, of which more than 50,000 were stationed in what was then West Germany as part of the West's deterrent force during the Cold War. Now, a lot changed when the Berlin Wall came down in 1989 and the Soviet Union disappeared, the Warsaw Pact, the Soviet Union's armed forces crumbled, and many countries took successive peace dividends, and it's meant that the British Army has gone from when I joined over 150,000 now to somewhere around 75,000. Yes, it would fill Wembley Stadium with a few seats left over. Now those are judgments that politicians have made over the years, but there are now a realization that the world is not as secure as we would have wished it to be. There are threats to our security from China in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East. We've seen that from Iran through Hamas and Hezbollah being combated by Israel, and then in Europe from Russia. So there's a very strong case now that European countries should be increasing their defence expenditure in order to maintain their own security and deter further aggression.
And is it merely fantasy, the idea of conscription could ever rear its head in Europe again? We've seen the president of Latvia, he called for that over the summer. I'd like your take on that.
Well, countries in Europe have had a different tradition of conscription and national service. For most of the Cold War, many of the European countries continued to have conscription and a form of national service. Now, the United Kingdom doesn't have a tradition of national service. We had it for about 14 years between 1949 and 1963, apart from the days of the First and the Second World War. But if there is going to be a requirement for greater numbers in the armed forces of European countries, then governments have got to think about how they're going to find that manpower. Now, you can do it through market forces. You can put pay and conditions up to make it attractive for people to think they would like to have a career in the military. Or if that is not possible, or if that's not going to work, then some form of collective conscription on a quota basis may have to be considered. I think other countries other than the United Kingdom might go down that track sooner. Probably those countries that have a close border, like the Baltic states and Poland, with Russia. It's something the British government will have to consider, but I don't see a decision for conscription and national service in the United Kingdom coming anytime soon.
And how about national service? We're seeing a huge shortfall in the amount of people even available, even not for armed forces, to work in hospitals as porters. There's also a lot that I imagine, and you'll attest to, that you can learn in the army, regimen, discipline, etc. What are your thoughts on return of national service?
Well, if I've been asked that question once in the last 25 years, I've probably been asked it dozens of times. There is no doubt, if you talk to the former national service generation, that they will say that those days were amongst the best days of their life. They learnt how to live with other people. They travelled to interesting places. They knew how to respect discipline. They knew how to work properly. And that was a good contribution to the national workforce. But, you know, it's not the business of the armed forces to educate the national population. This is something for the Department of Education to do. It's something for commercial companies to do. So as much as people might like the benefits that came from national service, I think we're quite a long way from that. And anyway, the infrastructure required of having training depots and training camps up and down the country, that just doesn't exist anymore. Those bases have been closed during the 30-odd years of peace since the end of the Cold War. So it's one thing to talk about it, quite another thing to do it, quite another thing to afford it. And I think that if there was to be any form of return to national service, because we need more soldiers, sailors, airmen and Marines, it would be on a selective quota basis. But I think, as I said just now, in the United Kingdom, I think we're some way away from that still.
Just lastly, Lord Dannett, we're going to turn to domestic matters within the UK. There's been a lot of talk of the Home Office that they would like to make use of the UK's, as you said, the lesser used army bases to house asylum seekers. What's your take on this?
Well, we've done that in the past, but it's related to what I was saying just now in the context of national service. There is not a large number of surplus and empty military bases up and down the country. As we've reduced the size of our armed forces, we've reduced the size of the defence estate. We've sold off housing and barracks and to an extent training areas. So there is some capacity, but there's not a huge amount of capacity. I think the government is going to have to be more imaginative, possibly buying up land, erecting temporary accommodation. There aren't a large number of empty barracks just sitting there waiting to be filled up by migrants. When we reduced from 50,000 troops in Germany to 0, those barracks all became available to the German government, and we didn't have the equivalent number of spare barracks in the United Kingdom.
We're just out of time. Lord Dannett, thanks so much for your time. Now let's move stateside for a full debrief on the latest and greatest news lines that are coming out of the United States with Angie Wong, a Republican strategist who's based in Miami, Florida. Thanks so much for your time, Angie. I'd like to start off, after Russia's massive drone attack, what has been the response from the White House?
Yeah, certainly the U.S. and the White House has been watching very closely the 800 drones that had struck Ukraine over the last evening, and including a government building, and that was the first time that has happened. We're learning now that a lot of the drones had dummy heads, meaning that they weren't carrying weapons, but they were certainly guided. So President Trump had set a deadline for Putin to come and do a bilateral meeting with Zelensky. That deadline had passed last week, and President Trump has largely been quiet. But we are now hearing from the White House that President Trump is ready to put more sanctions on Putin. It seems as though President Trump has finally lost patience with Putin after rolling out the red carpet for him in Alaska. So we will see this week what type of sanctions President Trump is going to be rolling out. We're hearing some murmurs of hitting and freezing the bank accounts for various oligarchs here in the U.S. Those are the jurisdictions that we can control, and really getting to the center of Russia's power class. But we'll see what other sanctions can be afforded at this time. There were also some talks about stopping ghost ships that is carrying Russian crude oil to various parts of the world. Again, all options are on the table for President Trump. We'll see how far he goes with this.
There's been sanctions for years now. It seems that the Russian economy it has fared extremely well. Are further sanctions going to have any impact at all?
Yeah, and well, the latest one was secondary tariffs to India, and Prime Minister Modi of India basically went over into the arms of Putin and Xi, as we saw evident in last week's SCO meeting. And it's forming a very, very strange ally of Putin and Xi, Modi and others. And I think President Trump is watching that very carefully. In the background, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, along with Jameson Greer, tried to do a deal with Modi, and President Trump said no deal until they stop buying Russian crude oil. So these are hardliners. President Trump is examining all options right now, because what we don't want is a new axis of evil being formed between Putin, Xi and Modi. And I think that is what's, his tariffs on India has definitely pushed them all together. So I think President Trump is learning pretty quickly that these tariffs, this kind of American cowboy way of managing these tariffs may not be working for all parts of the world. And he's certainly scaled back quite a bit. And I think he's recalibrating this week.
With Trump being critical of NATO, how important are his European allies now?
I think President Trump was really hoping that NATO and EU leaders would step up and help Ukraine so that the U.S. does not have to get involved, certainly with any troops on the ground. I think that is a hard no for President Trump, is not to commit any sort of U.S. troops into this war. NATO and EU, obviously, they were invited to the White House following the Alaska summit between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. And it looked great, certainly for the cameras, but at the end of the day, not much was done. Last week, some of the countries in the EU have pledged peace troops to go into helping secure the Ukraine-Russia border, but only post-war. So we have to get there first. Right now is what can we do to get Putin to the table to meet with Zelensky? And of course, Putin had teased, I'm happy to meet Zelensky, but in Moscow. And of course, Zelensky's not happy about that, and he's counter-proposing to meet somewhere else. So right now, it's a war of words. Putin is going to continue bombing Ukraine, and I think that is where we are right now. It is a very, very hard line. Putin wants to get into Ukraine and wants to take his territories, if not more. And it doesn't appear as though NATO or EU leaders are doing anything very, very proactive about it. They're waiting for Trump's instructions. So I think that's where Trump is right now. He's either going to pivot or he's going to double down. But right now, additional sanctions are on the table. He's already warned Putin that that's going to happen. But whether or not that's going to be enough to actually move Putin to stop, no one knows.
Moving on to domestic matters in the United States, over 300 South Koreans were detained at a raid at a Hyundai plant. What do you make of this case?
You know, it's a very interesting case because President Trump has taken a very different tone in this ICE raid versus other ICE raids. This one is much less harsh, and it's because a lot of it's wrapped up in politics. Remember, the South Korean president, President Lee, had just visited the White House 2 weeks ago. During those discussions at the White House, President Lee had committed a $150 billion investment in the U.S., especially in its shipping industries, and in trade of a reduction of U.S. tariffs to 15%. After the raid of about 300 illegal migrants working in Georgia at the Hyundai factory, that investment all of a sudden jumped up to $350 billion. So, you know, I don't know if that was already in place or maybe that was on the higher end of their negotiations 2 weeks ago. This has certainly been, I'm not saying it's a negotiation tactic, but that is what has happened. It's a very calm and deal-making Trump that South Korea is dealing with versus kind of the harsher Tom Holman style negotiations on the other side with other illegal crossings where, you know, detainees are just getting shipped back or they're getting sent to Alligator, Alcatraz, and things like that. This one is done a lot more peacefully, and Trump has changed his tone. He has said, you know, maybe we do need to train Americans to work in these factories. Maybe we need that versus just bringing in illegals and having them overstay their visas.
And it's obviously clear Trump is trying to send a message. If you're an illegal immigrant in America and you're caught working, you will be deported.
Yes, and I hope all American companies and companies working in America will respect our immigration laws. You know, you have to have legal documentation to work here in the U.S. Those companies who have skirt the laws for many, many years, they're getting caught out. And there are going to be ICE raids around the country because of it. So this was a very important lesson for all companies who are hosting and paying for illegal migrants working here illegally. Trump has given Hyundai its own self-audit. It's time to self-correct. And hopefully there are no fines going to Hyundai. And maybe that's where the additional amounts of U.S. investments is coming in, because I'm sure South Korea knows that it will please Trump, and maybe it will have less harsh repercussions because of it. But it is a very different tone that Trump is taking here, only because they're wrapped up in negotiation right now for a U.S. trade deal. And I do hope that other countries are watching this episode saying, okay, well, maybe we have to get rid of the illegal migrants before ICE comes in. It's a very bad look for the company.
President Trump has stated that foreign firms in America, they must hire American workers. Is this realistic?
It absolutely is realistic. I mean, I know we have some training to make up and our industries are modernizing, but those are the laws. I could not go to Rome and just start working for an Italian company just because I feel like it as an American. You know, there are procedures to all this. If not, everyone can come in and start working in American companies. I feel protected as an American that my workplace will be filled with Americans who are paying American tax dollars, right? That's the other thing that, you know, doesn't get touched on. A lot of the illegals here, well, they don't necessarily pay taxes, but yet they benefit from all the American benefits of taxpayers. So I, for one, I'm happy to see it happening. I'm surprised at the numbers, and I'm surprised for a major company like Hyundai to actually employ illegals, as much as 300 illegals. Remember, 475 people were arrested at the Hyundai factory over the weekend. That's quite a bit of the workforce. I don't know how large their entire workforce is, but that's a good percentage. And, you know, I think this should be a warning call to all American companies hosting illegals.
Moving on to a tragic story in America now. A Ukrainian refugee was stabbed to death on a train. This has got a huge amount of coverage over the past few days. What's been your reaction?
Oh, it's been the most senseless murder, and it was so horrible to watch, especially since it was captured on video and went viral. I'm happy to hear that Representative Randy Fine and other congressional members are now penning a bill that will hold judges accountable for releasing these repeat offenders. The accused murderer has been released out of prison 14 times and let back into society and onto our streets to create more harm, in this case, murdering someone senselessly. So I think it's a time that America has a really hard look at repeat offenders, because we're letting them out and hoping that they will self-correct, that they will no longer harm if they were given a 15th chance. This case should never have happened, and it's completely senseless. I'm just happy to see our congressional members do something about it.
We've seen this a lot in the West. It's happened in the UK, it's happened all over Europe, and it's happening in America. Recurring felons being released. This is just a failure by the state to protect the citizens.
That is correct. I mean, public safety, if nothing else, should be what elected officials do. And our judges here, as well as our elected officials, are championing the criminals, and they're protecting the criminals and trying to rehabilitate them versus maybe just the harsher punishment, which is to lock them up. I personally would like to see the media publish the names of the judges that allowed this guy to come out onto the streets 14 times after horrible crimes that he's committed. But there is a huge problem. I think the focus has to be on repeat offenders. Some people cannot be rehabilitated. They have to be locked up. President Trump just last week was talking about reopening insane asylums, something that we haven't spoken about since the 1980s when Ronald Reagan shut them down. But maybe it's time to do that, because clearly not only was this a violent act, it was also a mental health issue. And I think a lot of people are, whether they're full-on criminals or halfway in between, they need help. And there's nowhere to seek help. And unfortunately, a lot of them live on subways and on public transport, and they commit crimes because they can't help themselves. So please take them off our streets. Please make everyone safe. If nothing else, that's what elected officials have to do.
And Sean Duffy, the US Transport Secretary, again, to touch on a point that you touched on, he's blamed the local officials for not acting sooner. Surely the burden of responsibility is on them.
That's right. And the mayor of Charlotte, where this incident occurred, had come out looking for reforms and for feel-good clemency on this guy who murdered someone cold-heartedly. And there's even a GoFundMe account set up to help the murderer or the alleged murderer. And it's not, it's one of those things where I think it's a little bit backwards when clearly the public sees this is happening. It's very, very dangerous. Many people were even blaming the victim for sitting in front of him without having her eyes on a potential predator. I mean, this is not the victim's fault whatsoever. She just got on a train and she was minding her own business. But this is where we are in a society. To me, these are all just talking points from the left because the reality is we're not safe on our streets and we do need to do something about it. It does take moments like this for things to change. So I'm very happy to see various congressional members penning a bill as we speak to hold those accountable.
And speaking about safety on the streets of America, we've seen Donald Trump put the National Guard into Washington, which has had a huge impact. As he said, crime has dropped by over 90%. How concerned are average Americans about crimes in cities like DC, New York, LA?
Yes, residents are very happy to see National Guard on our streets protecting its citizens. A lot of these cities that President Trump are going into, they've had their police budgets slashed, or police freezes on hiring. And there's been a lot of anti-cop rhetoric over the years, especially in these blue cities. So for the first time, we're welcoming the National Guard. Now, remember, National Guard does not have any arresting powers. All they can do is facilitate the local police there. So I think a lot of this scare and fear-mongering coming from the left is not justified because the National Guard are really there just to patrol and to be deterrents. And if needed, they can assist with arrest, but they cannot actually arrest any perpetrators themselves. So, as someone who's not committing crimes, just walking down the street, I personally welcome them, especially seeing them in the subways late at night and things like that. And I know there's been a lot of pushback. Mayor Johnson of Chicago has even signed an executive order ordering his local police, the Chicago police, to not work with federal law enforcement. In Chicago, that's going to be a catch-22 because law enforcement is not going to fight law enforcement. And what Chicago has done over the weekend is to call their proxy armies of protesters to come out. And the reason why I say it's a catch-22 is because if these protesters actually got violent or somehow intruded into public safety, guess what? That gives President Trump justification to bring in the National Guard into Chicago. That didn't happen, but maybe it might happen in other cities.
And just lastly, speaking about blue cities, what do you make of Bernie Sanders, who's backed Zohran Mamdani, obviously the presidential hopeful in New York? He also met with AOC.
That's right. They met in Astoria, Queens over the weekend. Look, it was 3 billionaires talking about socialism over the weekend in Queens. I just found that photo op to be very, very funny. Here's the truth, New York. You're likely going to get a Mamdani mayor in November. Polly Market has a Mamdani win at 82%, and that was a mid-July poll that was taken. I'm a little bit nervous about it, but at the same time, I realize that if it's going to be AOC, Bernie Sanders, Mamdani heading the Democratic Party, well, that's going to be an easy win for Republicans in 2026 and 28. These three characters, they are the face of the Democrat Party right now. And I think that for the Democratic Party to take on three socialists, that is not the direction of this country. We are a capitalist society. We love the American dream. We do not want a command economy. So I think that this is going to be easier for Republicans to take back all the houses and local seats because of three socialists running the Democrat line.
We're just out of time. Angie Wong, the Republican strategist, thanks so much for your time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things. Its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The Trump name is a loaded one and carries with it both positive and negative traits, depending on your view of the current US president. For Fred Trump III, it's a name that has often created challenges because of his strained relationship with his uncle, perhaps even more so since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Fred is a passionate advocate for people with disabilities, as his youngest son, William, now in his mid-20s, has serious communication and physical challenges. In his book published in 2024, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, Fred said that Donald Trump, in his first presidential term, had told him to let his son William die and move to Florida. Despite the rift, Fred Trump is still keen for his uncle to support his advocacy for disabled people. Although, as he told me, he believes Donald Trump's second term as president is a dangerous one. Fred, it's good to speak to you. It's been almost a year since we last spoke. And at that time, Donald Trump was campaigning. We discussed a lot about what would happen if he got into the White House again. Now, what did you make of what seemed to be, for a lot of people saying, is a decisive victory?
Yeah, I don't think it was decisive in terms of the numbers. For sure, it was a very slim majority that he won, which he did. But we've never seen anybody like him who will take a razor-thin majority and turn it into what he's turned it into. And you have to give him credit for that. I mean, I said it in my book all along. He is relentless, and he is going to do many of the things I said. You know, he is full charged, full of energy. And does he make mistakes? In my opinion, yes. He'll never admit that. But he's doing stuff that no other president does. Now, you either agree with it or not, but he's in your face every single day.
In your opinion, what defines this presidency of Donald Trump compared with his first term?
A couple of things. He surrounded himself with what you may call legitimate cabinet members and folks that were around him. Yes, we've all used the word, guardrails. I was with him often at the beginning of his first term, and you could tell he was not happy with it. He comes from the hard-charging New York City real estate world, and now all of a sudden there are people telling him that there are rules that have to be followed. Second term, all bets are off. No guardrails, no rules. He will take advantage of anything he can. And again, as a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, I've always, since I was able to vote, have voted Democrat. There's a little envy in me, and I have a little Twitter account that has, a few thousand people, and I'm just constantly saying, and it's hard to say, but Democrats have to stop being so principled. They have to learn how to fight like he does. And just selfishly, I was kind of disappointed that the Harris campaign didn't use me a little more, because I grew up in the same neighborhood Donald did. I'm from Queens, and we know how to fight. So and that to use a word that Donald uses almost every day, that campaign, in my opinion, was a disaster. It should have been a victory for the Democrats.
In terms of where things are for the Democrats now, where does it leave them? Because, of course, it was one of those situations where people said, well, this was an opportunity, but obviously it was lost.
Yeah, it was lost. Bad campaign managers for Harris. Yeah, listen, she was thrown into a very difficult position But when she didn't sort of disavow some of the Biden policies that she was involved with, I grant you. But here's the way I look at it. Donald's constituents, his fans, if you will, love him. I mean, you saw the Madison Square Garden before the election. I mean, they love him. In fact, there was one guy that spoke I actually went to junior high school with. And he was telling a story that I remember quite well. But these people, they have their signs. Was there anyone that really would cry in the stands for Kamala Harris when she came out? There was no true enthusiasm, except if you throw Beyonce in there. That was tough. You can't. I mean, you have to match his energy if that's possible.
The thing is that it seems, according to the critics, that Democrats don't have anyone with real charisma now to take on someone like Donald Trump. I mean, irrespective of whether he's a good guy or bad guy, according to your position, he's got that presence that people seem to like, especially in America.
And I couldn't agree more. And if you don't mind, I'll throw out some names that I think are really ones to look after. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky, this state senator from Texas, James Tallarico. Now, he should start off running for Senate. They're all really super smart. And Gavin Newsom, of course. I mean, you can't not have him in the conversation. But they're lacking that ability to attract passion from their people. I love Wes Moore. I think he's got a great backstory and all this. But I just don't know if he has the ability to go out there and take a knockout punch to his opponents.
We seem to live in a world, though, where, if you like, the strong guy seems to be the hero for a lot of people. We have Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He's pretty much doing what he wants. We have Vladimir Putin in Russia doing pretty much what he wants, and Donald Trump in America doing pretty much what he wants. It seems it's a time for these guys who are really strong to just plow their way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that list could be expanded by dozens. I keep saying, and I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Texas, with the redistricting. And I was, again, on my Twitter feed saying, all right, Democrats, don't just say, oh, if they do it, we're going to do it. Why can't you, instead of being reactive, be proactive? Where's the smart guy in the Democratic leadership that says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's gerrymander 5 seats in California before they even think about it. But it's always, oh, they're doing it. It's terrible. So we're going to do it. We don't want to do it because it's really not the way our principles are. Yeah, I want to win is what I want to do. I want this party to win.
Isn't part of the problem, Fred, that politics, the world over actually, but particularly now in America, have become a case of whatever the other side says we're going to oppose, even if it was originally our idea. It seems to be simply just negating what the other side says rather than coming up with original policies that might actually be bipartisan.
I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, certainly in this country, there is very little appetite for bipartisanship. And as you know, my incredible advocacy and passion and wanting to get out there to speak on the rights of the disabled, I kept saying, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Disability is going to, in one form or another, it's going to affect every family in this country. Yet there's no consensus on what to do about it. And it's a huge issue. And what I really was disturbed at with the Harris campaign, and again, I had a personalized letter sent directly to her and her chief of staff saying, I'm here. Let's forget, if you can, for a second, what being disabled means and the tens of millions. Let's put it in pure political terms. There are 60 million people in America that are afflicted with some sort of disability. That is a huge voting block. And believe me, I was involved with many organizations, and all of them are saying, we can't believe that the head of our party right now, Kamala Harris, and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who has a son who's disabled, I didn't hear them use the word disabled once. So again, if you want to put it in truly political terms, disability is a major voting block.
Fred, I'm going to circle back round to that in a minute, but let me carry on with what Donald Trump's been doing since he's come into office. and how much things have changed since January of this year. Now, a couple of things. First of all, what did you make of his various claims? I'm going to stop wars in a day and so on. Of course, that hasn't happened. What did you make of the kind of broad brush statements he made?
Well, if there was anybody out there that believed that, but his MAGA base tends to believe stuff like that. Now we're 6-8 months into it, and we'll see tomorrow if there's any progress. I'm sure he's not thrilled with the fact that he's being played by Putin, as many people are saying. I think he's way too close, and trust me, I'm no expert on the Middle East, but as a layperson, political junkie, I think he's too close to Netanyahu with what's happening right now. I think when you start seeing him tout his stopping the war with Congo or Azerbaijan or that's him trying to make up for the fact that he's not having any success with the two big ones.
What about his what seems to be fairly big appetite for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is interesting how that comes up all the time now. I think it's just going back to Barack Obama, who Obama sort of lives rent-free in his brain. Obama, and I disagree with this too, but Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. So I don't know how I think that really drives Donald nuts. And he wants it. There's no doubt. It's a mission for him right now. I've never personally heard him talk about it with me, but it is one of the most forward things in his mind.
Yet it seems that many leaders are kind of cozying up to him by nominating him now. It's happened 3 or 4 times where people seem to be wanting to win favor. Why do you think people are so desperate to keep Donald Trump happy?
Because he can make them very sad. If you get on his bad side, it could cost you. So I think we see it every time, except for maybe Zelensky. Everybody who goes into the White House, tries to curry favor with him in one way or another.
For a lot of people, he seems to be wielding power that seems to be way beyond what most people would have expected the US president to have, that there would be more checks and balances.
Yeah, I think those rules are gone for now. And I said early on when my book came out last year that, people don't care as much about the Constitution as they used to. I remember when I was in grade school, actually, Donald and I had the same teacher in high school, 17 years apart, who literally would read the Constitution and we would have to write it down in a green book. So we knew what the Constitution meant. Now it's, who cares about it anymore on the right side? I'm not going to necessarily say on the left, but yeah, he's taking advantage of everything he can. And he may lose some court battles, but, with temporary restraining orders, but in the end, a lot of it comes back to his favor. And I don't know if it's his great attorneys or what, but he has won some things that I wouldn't have even imagined 5 years ago happening.
There are those who have the opinion that the checks and balances, if not coming through the political system, will come in other ways. I've heard, for example, the financial markets end up as a check and balance against the president's action. When the tariffs were first being announced, there was such a reaction in the financial markets that Donald Trump had to kind of pull back. That perhaps it's the laws of nature, if you want to see them that way, might actually hold him back in some of his actions.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he has this masterly ability of starting off at a point and reeling it back in. And you definitely saw that with the tariffs. So was it April 2nd when and the markets just absolutely crashed. And I cautioned the Democrats saying, don't wish for inflation to come because that's just bad for the American people. But he'll find a way, as I said, to reel it back where what he said is not really what he means. And you saw the market is at an all-time high. We had a very bad PPI, producer price index number today. Markets reacted dismally right off the bat, and then they're starting to claw its back. So, here's the thing. He is always in somebody's ear. Okay, he'll dial up Goldman Sachs the other day. He'll dial up some other companies. He'll dial up somebody in the government saying, you better write this now, okay? And don't say it was a bad PPI number. It was Biden's number. It was a bad, statistic. He will always find a way to win, to make him look good. And it's a genius.
Do they listen? Do you think everyone listens?
Who is everyone?
Meaning the people he calls up. If he's in someone's ear, are they all obliged to listen?
I can only go back to an old anecdote in real estate. Now, I was in real estate for 35 years in the city, and Donald would always tout himself as the biggest landlord in Manhattan, which absolutely wasn't true. There were a number of real estate families that had been around for generations, and I knew a few of them pretty darn well. And they would basically say, you know what, when we see that in the newspaper, we just kind of laugh and say, let him have his fun. So yeah, I'm sure there are guys out there that are saying, "Oh, sure, we'll do what you want," because you don't want to be under his thumb.
Fred, as a journalist, I keep my opinions out of this, but I'm going to say what a lot of people say, and that is some of the statements Donald Trump makes. When he says it's complicated or it's something people don't understand, but I understand better than anyone else. That this actually masks a lack of knowledge. Now, again, your family, irrespective of your issues, and knowing him well growing up, would you say he is genuinely a smart person?
Yeah, I think he's a smart guy. Yeah. And he has a lot of smart people. Maybe smart different than, certainly in the beginning, Goldman Sachs smart. He had street smart guys. And that's what a lot of his knowledge, it's street smart. So when he says it's common sense, he truly means that. That's what he bases a lot of his decisions on. It's common sense. Like, who would have thought he would have gone up to Harlem last year during the campaign? He's not going to win. Well, guess what? He went up to Harlem, and he was a hero for going up there. And he wound up winning the younger black vote. Anyway, so to get back to your point, he may not have the knowledge of a MIT professor like his uncle and my Uncle John, who was in the news a couple of months ago. Donald put him in the news. But he just has a knowledge of so many things. I mean, when I hung around with him, his knowledge of sports, his knowledge of this, it's pretty amazing. And he gets that from his father. I mean, my grandfather used to pour through newspapers every time I saw him on the weekends. And, Donald's the same.
Now, of course, his claims are often disputed and often disproved through analysis. But there is a feeling that somehow he's managed to manipulate the system and enrich himself greatly through whatever measures are coming through, in his presidency. Of course, he's meant to be detached from those. What's your opinion on the way the family business has been run, irrespective of him essentially supposed to be hands-off?
I don't think he cares. I really don't. And he's got enough people that say, we don't care that you don't care. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, would say, oh, the Biden crime family. Okay, but it was, at least Donald is saying it out loud. And, that was just brushed over. So I really just don't think they care. Let people say that it's crooked or it's this or it's that. We like making money. We're going to make money any way we can. And that's it. I haven't seen any real blowback from it.
Well, we spoke last year in September, Fred, actually just a few days before the anniversary of your father's passing. So I know you'll be commemorating that again in the coming weeks. At that time, your book had only been a couple of months old. You'd published in the summer, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. A lot of people at that time, and I questioned you on it, said it was designed to kind of disrupt Donald Trump's presidential campaign, that the timing was aimed at trying to push things the other way and kind of reveal his not so bright side or not so kind side. What sort of feedback have you had since then on the book? And in light of the presidential win, Perhaps any feedback from your family?
Well, I'll say that the feedback was, yeah, I of course got the, you're just doing this for the money, but and that's fine. I knew that was coming. It was initially not written for that purpose. I thought it was a very well balanced book, and that is generally what most everybody says. They appreciated the fact that I tried to do it in a level-headed way. They knew that I would take shots from my family, but I thought that what was going to occur with Donald's second term would be a dangerous thing. And I turned out to be pretty right in most everything I said. Now, do I regret some of the things I said? I've been back and forth with one of my cousins, and we used to have a good relationship. It's very tense. I would like to get back in touch with Donald when the assassination attempt came. I wrote him something after the election. I congratulated him and said, look, I'm not congratulating you on your policies. I'm just congratulating you because you're my uncle. I hope to somehow get back to have some type of relationship with him. I said very clearly, I was actually in DC being interviewed by a few UK outfits. And I said, what I really wish he had done was say, okay, pal, I know how important disability issues are for you. So why don't you come down and let's figure out something to do. That never happened. And that was troubling. But again, yes, there were some things that people misconstrued that I regret saying about him. So I'm sorry for that. But I disagree with nearly everything that's happening right now. It's uncomfortable personally for me. My family, my direct family has been adversely affected by it, but that's the way it goes. I'm not whining about it. It's just the way it is.
Now, you did say, Fred, the book was written to basically honor your father and his memory as well, and also to explain your passion, your advocacy for people with disabilities. And I was going to ask you first, and it was something I should have asked at the top, I guess, of the show, is how is William doing?
Thank you for asking. William's doing well. He lives in a group home in a town right next to one my wife and I live in. Let me just tell you, this country is so ill-equipped to take care of people who need assistance like this. And it's not just what's going to occur with cuts to Medicaid, because that's coming and that's going to be devastating. It's also the immigration issue, where nearly every caregiver I know is not born in this country. And I mean, they're all here legitimately, but those who are on temporary protective status, we all have heard stories of ICE going after them. Now, these are people I've gotten to know. And when that Haitian thing happened last summer in Springfield, Ohio, I spoke out about it. I said, wait a second. Many of William's aides are Haitian, and you come and do that job. Okay. It is a tough, grinding job every single day. And they have to take care of their family. And they probably have another job because they're only getting paid $18, $19, $20 an hour. It's sick in this country that we can't figure it out. And I got to know a great old friend of mine, worked with Ingenuity at Pepsi for decades. And I had the opportunity to speak with her. And she goes, Fred, it's great what you're doing. And because my book was was out in India, she goes, you got to tell that story because it's rampant in India. It's rampant in Australia. Every country that I have had the opportunity to speak to, disability issues, and I don't get it. We're all going to be affected with it. I mean, I'm probably 10, 15 years away from needing home health care or something like that. We all are. We're all getting it. I just had a good friend who's had his third child, and she's going to be in the hospital for 2 months. And what effect will that have on the rest of her life? And who will be there to help? It's an issue that's just got to be dealt with.
It's actually interesting that in the Middle East, in general, there's been kind of a move to see people with disabilities not as being disabled, but having determination. So the term often used is people with determination.
100%. I mean, I've always said that about William. He's the most courageous person. Imagine being in a wheelchair, not being able to speak, not being able to bathe yourself or brush your teeth or do it, or tell people that you're hurting. Imagine the courage it takes to have somebody you don't know come in and start taking care of you. But yes, the absolute determination of these people, it's so humbling is a very small word to what it really is. I give everyone who lives with a disability, no matter what it is, this country looks down on those people, and they shouldn't. They should, and you make a great point. They should look to them with respect.
Well, we touched on last time how the story had come out, how your uncle Donald Trump had essentially quietly said to you, why he doesn't know who you are. William doesn't know who you are. Why don't you just leave him to die and move to Florida? That stuck with me, of course, and that's been quoted quite widely.
Yeah, no, he said it, and I wish he hadn't. I don't know if he wishes he hadn't said it. And that's just, that's just the way it goes. I tried to make the case that, there's the lack of empathy. And empathy is what this country really needs a little more of.
Well, the reason I'd waited on this topic until now, Fred, is also because when we spoke last time, you talked about how many immigrants, you mentioned again now, how many immigrants are involved in the care services. And in the case of William, too, you said many of the people who have helped him are also from immigrant backgrounds as well, not born in the USA. And I'm wondering, since we last spoke, has there been any indication from what you know that any of those people have been affected? That obviously they're probably a bit wary now with the whole ICE agent situation.
Yeah, obviously I can't get into any specifics, but sure, yes, I've heard of situations, not just for the caregivers, but for their family members. So yes, it is out there.
I was going to say, are you sensing a general tension among the immigrant community where you are?
Sure. And by the way, it's not easy to have the last name Trump when this is all happening. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Of course, it will always be something you carry. You had actually said earlier on in our conversation how you were disappointed the Democrats hadn't used you in the campaigning prior to the election. That would have been partly, obviously, or largely perhaps because of your Trump name, but then there's also that potential liability, isn't there?
Liability in terms of?
Well, meaning that, again, bringing a Trump on the other side, it becomes more again about the Trump name and perhaps would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I thought I had a great story to tell, but they thought otherwise. And okay. I also went into local races. There was a woman who was a representative from the town I went to school in, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I remember sending her a signed copy of the book before the election, way before. And I got in touch. I said, why don't you have me here? My dad went to Lehigh. I went to Lehigh. And my son went to Lehigh. I know these people. Why don't you have me come down and at least talk? And they wanted no part. So, yeah, maybe they're smarter than I am. Maybe mine was more of an emotional thing. But
there is possibly the risk of retribution because there is a feeling that if you cross Donald Trump, that there's going to be some kind of outcome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had virtual, other than, people that I come in contact with, every now and then who will, there's no black and white. They either love him or they hate him. So if they know me and they're MAGA Republicans, they're going to let me know that my book sucked and sorry. And you shouldn't be doing that. He's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, that's great. That's their opinion. I have no problem with that.
You're not the only one who wrote about it, though, Fred, because obviously your sister Mary also was quite scathing in her opinion.
Yeah, I would say more scathing than me. Mine, of course, was based on real personal history with Donald, as opposed to Mary, who really didn't have a relationship with him.
Let me ask you about what's happening in the health sector as we're talking on this topic. One of the people I interviewed on my show during the presidential campaign, and he was running for president at the time, was RFK Jr., who then ended up as health secretary. What have you made of, well, first of all, your thoughts on him as a person, because he's also quite divisive, but then also on how the health sector is going and how it might affect the lives of your family members, including William.
Just very quick anecdote. The first time I met Bobby, he was in a battle with Donald. Donald owned a piece of property up in Westchester and wanted to put a bunch of golf courses, a golf course and a bunch of houses up there. And Bobby Kennedy was on his water. He was pro water. You can't use all this water. It's very important. And while that was going on, I flew down with Donald and my wife and my baby daughter, and Bobby Kennedy was on the plane. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Here they are fighting against each other, but take a ride on my plane. It did give me the opportunity to meet Ethel Kennedy, though, which was one of the great treats of my life.
But RFK Jr. seems to be stirring it up in the health sector anyway. How do you see the various things happening?
I think he's just a very dangerous guy. How anybody listens to him. Now, his healthier eating, okay, I get that. That's fine. But I don't want to rely too much on very, very smart people. But in this case, I want to listen to what the scientists have to say. And there's a large majority that think he's just a hack and dangerous. And I'm disappointed in Donald that he would put somebody in that position that is so important. And frankly, we may not know the effects of his policies for years to come. That's part of the problem. And look, I hope it all goes well. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I just think the way he goes about it is absolutely wrong.
There was a sense among some people that he has had to pull back a little bit, having taken on this role, the responsibility involved. And of course, he has to now work for everyone, that perhaps he's pulled back a little bit on some of his ideas.
Yeah, you don't hear as much from him these days. So maybe he's trying to serious up a little bit and getting a lot of blowback. I hope so.
Fred, the last time we spoke, of course, The Apprentice, the movie, the biopic on your uncle was coming out. You said you wouldn't see it. Did you end up going to see it?
No, I had no interest. I never watched the TV show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was thinking irrespective, just to see what sort of take they had on Donald Trump.
No, I honestly didn't care.
Now, you had mentioned also at the time your book might become a movie. What were the prospects of that?
Not very good. No, some people had talked to me, but it would just take too much, and it was too much, and that's fine too. That was more maybe my ego being stroked a little bit, but yeah, no, there was no real chance that was going to happen.
Well, certainly it wouldn't be the best time for it to happen now with Donald Trump in the White House, but it's possibly something that might get revisited.
Maybe.
What do you see in terms of the follow-up on the story? Do you see, I mean, obviously you've done this book as a tribute to your father and to William. What else do you see yourself delving into when it comes to the Trump family and what you might want to write about?
Oh, I don't know if I have another book in me. I just want to, again, say pretty much everything I said regarding Donald and his policies, Project 2025, have all pretty much come to fruition. And we have, 3.5 more years to go through. We'll see. Next November is going to be extremely important with the congressional races. Democrats should, if history shows the party out of power comes through, but I wouldn't put anything past Donald and his Republican colleagues of pulling something out.
Well, there has also been mention of Donald Trump seeing if the Constitution can be changed to allow him to take another term.
Well, again, if you remember, I did say that he will run again in 2028. And I think the Supreme Court decision last year giving wider sway in executive powers, maybe he'll just say, I'm going to sign an executive order making me president. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I laugh nervously, but I wouldn't put it past him.
There was also a film called Civil War that was made about America becoming so divided, and it was pretty grim. It was taking a journalist perspective on the story. In that sense, how do you feel about the way the USA is going in terms of its society, in terms of the divisions? Do you see the greater divisions that a lot of people talk about, and do you ever see those being healed?
I do see the divisions. I think they're obvious. They're unfortunate. I've said it before. I'm a huge Godfather fan, and one of the great lines is, it takes a war every 5 years, every 10 years. If the Republicans get clobbered next November, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Republican Party then. Are they just going to finally say, we're done, we got to move forward? Or is Donald going to, do what he does? Just say, not me, we're moving forward. I didn't lose that election. It was you guys. Yeah, it's going to be a combination of that and the Democrats getting a real leader in the party, because it sure isn't Chuck Schumer and it sure isn't Hakeem Jeffries, who I had great hopes for being a New Yorker. But I just don't see anybody with the pizzazz to really get out there and bare knuckle fight.
There is a sense, though, that the US also has lost its place as a global leader. What's your opinion on that?
You certainly, obviously, would know better than me, but I can't help but think that we're being ridiculed, just to put it into simple terms. We're not the great, sure, we're the great power for sure, but are we the moral compass? Are we the great leaders of the world right now? I'm not so sure we are, and that's really a shame, because nearly all my life we had been.
Well, as we wrap up, Fred, I was going to say, when we spoke last time, you'd said how your son William loved the song Road to Joy by Peter Gabriel. I did drop him an email. I never got to hear back. I mean, he's a very busy guy. But perhaps we can revisit that, and maybe you'll have a chance to connect there as well. Fred, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for making the time.
Riz, thank you so much. Take care.
Well, Fred Trump III there discussing the second term of his uncle, US President Donald Trump. And that's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. And I'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Well, for more analysis, we can speak now to Dr. Victor Gao, who is the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization, who joins us from Beijing. Dr. Gao, always a pleasure talking to you. We were looking at pictures before we crossed to you of that impressive parade in Tiananmen Square, and I gather you were there doing live commentary on that parade. I mean, what was the mood like? Describe it for us.
First of all, it's a very solemn occasion, but also very joyful occasion. And it drew attention not only for all the people gathered on the square, but throughout China, as well as throughout many countries in the world. And I think the overall message is very clear. China becomes a very powerful force, protecting peace and promoting peace. This is very important. China has declared that it wants to be on peaceful terms with every country, and the Chinese way of development is based on building up peace. But promoting peace doesn't mean that China will tolerate any other country to play a hegemonistic role against other countries, try to issue ultimatum to other countries. China wants to promote a world order based on equality of all member states of the United Nations, rather than allowing any country to dominate above all the other countries. This is the clear message from this parade.
Okay, I mean, for a lot of people around the world, and you've already suggested that there are two audiences here. There's a domestic audience and an international audience. For the international audience, it was those images of President Xi Jinping, your president, President Vladimir Putin, and Kim Jong-un standing side by side. I mean, what does that image, do you think, say to the world?
Well, I think the overall image is much bigger than the three heads of state, because we have about 27 heads of states and heads of government from all these 27 countries. And then if you count a deputy prime minister, foreign minister, and ministers of all kinds, special presidential envoy, you actually have more than 50 countries represented, plus all the foreign countries' ambassadors to China, the UN representatives in China, other organizations throughout the world represented in this parade. I think more than 100 countries were represented for this parade. So zooming in on three leaders out of this more than 100 countries represented in this parade is a little bit too selective. So I don't think we need to read too much into it, but President Vladimir Putin was designated as the VIP #1. That's also for sure, because China, Russia, ever since 1991, has enjoyed a very good neighborly relations with each other, respecting each other. And our long border of 4,300 kilometers long, ever since 1991, has been unarmed. And it has become an enabler for very frequent and large amounts of people-to-people exchanges across the two sides of the border. So it's not surprising that Vladimir Putin was the VIP #1, but he is first among all the equals, and all the other heads of states and heads of government have been accorded the red carpet treatment and have been given full recognition as the representative of their own country.
You were there, Dr. Gao, so you obviously had a much closer view than I did here in the Middle East. But the images that I saw playing out live, and perhaps it was just the moments that I was tuned into, I mean, there was a definite exchange and a moment in which President Xi was flanked by Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin. I don't know if that was just for the cameras or whether that was just whether he was flanked by other people during the course of the day. And they seemed to be talking, they seemed to be having an exchange, and I was wondering to myself, what language are they speaking to each other, given that I wouldn't have thought they had one language in common? Perhaps you can enlighten us. But you see what I mean? I mean, that's a striking image.
Well, yes, indeed. I think that group picture was taken when all these leaders of the various countries walked up the rank to the Tiananmen Gate before the whole parade started. And I think there was an interpreter behind President Xi Jinping and behind President Vladimir Putin, who most likely would translate between Chinese and Russian. And whether there was also an interpreter behind Mr. Kim, I do not know. But I understand Mr. Kim actually speaks good, fluent French, as well as some level of English. So I think one interpreter probably would serve the purpose of communicating, helping communications between President Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, as well as Mr. Kim of DPRK. So it's not surprising. They can communicate, and they enjoy that moment when they were both on their way up to the gate before the parade started.
Just listening to some of the things said by President Xi, he said that today humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war. That's what he said, dialogue or confrontation. And I'm just wondering, where does China see the biggest threat of war?
Well, I would say the greatest threat to peace and the future development of mankind is some country try to play solo, try to pretend that it is the sole polarity in the world, which is completely in contradiction to the world order established back in 1945, because the world order established back then was not for unipolarity. It was meant for multipolarity, reflected in the composition of the United Nations Security Council's permanent members, each with a veto power. That means the founding fathers of the United Nations actually were thinking about checks and balances with the aim of preventing another global world war, at least among and between permanent member states of the United Nations. Therefore, multipolarity was built into the origin of the international order established back in 1945. But the fact that one single big power, or the superpower as it calls itself, wants to play solo and try to divide countries into different opposing blocs, that is a recipe for disaster. And I think we really need to remind everyone in the world about the origin of multipolarity, multilateralism, established not today, but back in 1945. And the fact that the United Kingdom, France, China, Russia, and formerly the Soviet Union and the United States were all permanent member states of the United Nations Security Council really speak a lot about this multipolarity. We need to bring the world order, the chaos in the world order today, back to the original intent of the founding fathers of the United Nations.
Dr. Gao, just listening to you there, and also listening to what President Xi said earlier on today when he said China is a great nation that is never intimidated by bullies. Reading between the lines of what you're saying, reading between the lines of what President Xi is saying, are you by any chance talking about the United States?
Well, I would say today's parade, the victory parade, most likely will be judged by future generations as a turning point in the world. Why? Because throughout this parade, China has demonstrated to the fullest extent possible that China now possesses the most sophisticated weapons you can think about, conventional weapons as well as nuclear weapons. And in terms of the conventional weapons, it is completely minimum on a par with the United States. And the United States no longer has any advantages over the Chinese military forces. In terms of the nuclear power, China actually has enough wherewithal to deal a fatal blow to any country which dares to impose a nuclear war on China. Meaning, China's military buildup is not for warmongering, is only intended for protecting peace for China as well as protecting peace for mankind. That means whichever country or blocks of countries or groups of countries in the world which dare to think about war against China will be courting their own destruction, because China only cares about preserving peace, protecting peace, whether the threat to peace that we have in mind comes from the United States or countries allied with the United States. It doesn't matter. China will fiercely defend the peace for itself, for mankind as a whole, regardless wherever this menace comes from. So I hope all the capital cities in the world will really listen very carefully, and they will check out all the advanced technologies, equipments of all kinds for space, for air force, for ground force, for naval force, as well as for submarines, as well as all the very sophisticated digital applications and the AI enabling devices altogether. What China has built up to demonstrate it today is a seamless killing machine to deter any military threat imposed by any country or any group of countries on China. And China is now generally considered, rightfully I would say, the major defender of peace and free trade in the world. This is the moment of truth. This is the most convincing conviction I've come across after watch this parade in person. And I want to share my observation with the rest of the world.
No, well, it's good to have your first-hand visions and testimony on that. I mean, I was looking at those pictures, admittedly, on a television screen, and looking at these autonomous weapons, these underwater drones, the lasers. I mean, a grand display of power, as you say. And China says, and you're saying, this is all for defensive purposes. I'm wondering if it looks like that to people in Taiwan.
I think for people in Taiwan, this should be the moment of joy because, you know, one of the contributions after defeating Japanese fascism was the restoration of Taiwan back to China, dictated by the Cairo Declaration as well as the Potsdam Proclamation. Therefore, the principle of one China and Taiwan being part of China was carved in stone as a legacy of defeating Japanese fascism. And who defeated Japanese fascism? It's the United States, China, and the former Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom. We worked together, we shed blood together, we fought shoulder to shoulder, back to back in defeating Japanese fascism. And China earned its right to become a permanent member state of the United Nations Security Council on the one hand, and restoring Taiwan back to China. So for people in Taiwan, and many of them were actually descendants from the more than 1 million soldiers that Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek brought with him when he fled mainland China and settled down in Taiwan. So it should be their moment of joy and exhilaration because the celebration we made for the war heroes and the 35 million Chinese who fell in the Second World War were their forefathers. Their blood was shed by their forefathers, and the contributions and the medals earned were their forefathers' medals. We are the same people. We are the same species. We are bound together by the same culture, by the same civilization, by the same lineage. So any Taiwan separatists who claim that people in Taiwan are not Chinese are kind of equivalent of saying that people in England who are English are not British by their citizenship. It's completely illogical, completely berserk, I would say. So I would say today's celebration is a celebration for the 23 million people in Taiwan. The victory we earned back in 1945 was the victory of the people in Taiwan. They deserve the full recognition as much as everyone else on China's mainland.
Okay, well, I wasn't alone in watching that parade today from the outside world. I suspect, I don't know for sure, that President Trump was watching it as well, because in the early hours of this morning, Middle Eastern time, he was putting out messages on social media. One of the things he said indirectly to your President Xi Jinping, he said, "Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America." I'm sure you saw that too. How do you decode that reaction from the President of the United States?
First of all, I think President Trump really thought too much. He thought about other countries conspiring against the interests of the United States. I always say, whereas China is always worried that if we do not have enough friends, the United States, especially the United States under President Trump, seem to be worried that they do not have enough enemies in the world. So I hope they will reverse this mentality. They will try to befriend as many people, as many countries as possible, as what we do here in China. Now, secondly, I would say President Trump could have made the right decision to come to Beijing to attend the September the 3rd military parade. We call it a victory parade, because the United States really contributed a lot in the final defeat of Japanese fascism together with China. But also allow me to make one point. China started this war against Japanese aggression as early as in 1931. For about 10 years before Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, China fought against the Japanese aggressors more or less by itself, solo. Nobody was really helping China. And the fact that the United States declared war on Japan after Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor really helped accelerate and culminate the victory against Japan in 1945. But the point I want to make is, even if the United States did not declare war on Japan, the Chinese nation will continue to fight against the Japanese aggressor until every soldier on the Japanese side would need to be expelled from China. Why? Let me tell you, the Japanese fascism not only want to kill the Chinese people, they want to eliminate the Chinese culture. They want to completely obliterate the Chinese civilization, which has been here for more than 5,000 years. How could any Japanese fascist expect that the Chinese nation, including my forefathers, would ever tolerate such maximum pressure against the Chinese nation? No, the Chinese nation will stand up firmly, uphold their own sovereignty, defending their own culture and civilization. And the fact that the Americans really joined the fight against the Japanese aggressors was a blessing to the Chinese nation. We are always grateful for the fight, flying tigers, the Doolittle raiders who eventually landed in many parts of China, saved by the Chinese civilians, who mostly, huge number of them, lost their lives at the brutality of the Japanese aggression. I think those should be the shining moments of history shared by China and the United States. So for President Trump, if he could have made it to the Tiananmen Square, he would be probably the guest of honor #1 on a par with President Vladimir Putin, and that probably would have done more justice to the celebration of victory over Japanese fascism. But the fact that he didn't make it to Beijing was a pity. But for him to whine and weep about, for example, China, Russia, and DPRK standing together is a little bit too much. And I hope he would spend his time more constructively elsewhere. And hopefully one day, President Trump will make it to Beijing when we next time celebrate the victory over Japanese fascism again in the future for another grand parade.
Well, clearly the world is a very different place today from 1945. But I just want to pick up on what you were saying there. You're saying that President Trump was invited today, but he turned down the invitation to attend the parade. Is that right?
I do not know the details. I think there were indications that the two countries were talking about President Trump's proposed visit to China. President Trump insisted he wanted to come to China on many occasions, sometimes very hastily, sometimes very hectically, for example. But whether China invited him for the parade, I do not know. But I'm sure the Chinese government and the American government have been engaged in discussions about when and how President Trump's wish to visit China could be satisfied. But the fact that he didn't make it on today's grand parade was, in my view, a pity. And sooner or later, I'm sure President Trump will make it to Beijing. When it will be, under what circumstance, whether it will be a state visit on the sideline of another international event, for example, APEC summit meeting in Seoul or somewhere in Republic of Korea, I do not know. But I think China's door to welcome President Trump's visit to China is always open, and I hope he can make it and really elevate China-US bilateral relations to a new height.
To summarize this section of the conversation, I mean, how would you say Beijing, your colleagues in the government in China, how do you think they would characterize their impression of diplomacy under this second Trump administration? What sort of words would they use? What adjectives spring to mind?
Well, I would say it is generally felt that the reliability in the world of today is the unreliability of President Trump and his government. The predictability in the world of today is the unpredictability of President Trump and his government. Now, this is actually very dangerous because normally for a very powerful, very large, very militarily influential country like the United States, we want to expect that the leadership of the United States is highly reliable, highly predictable, and always means what it says and says what it means when it says it. But it seems that the United States keeps changing, keeps jumping back and forth, and you can never tell what the United States is really up to. And for every utterance of President Trump, you really need to spend tons of time to really decipher it, to see whether he really means it. He normally say, I may not. I can do that, or I do not need to do that. So he keeps the whole world guessing as to what exactly he is all about. This is the danger of the world of today. I hope President Trump will be highly predictable, highly reliable, and highly trustworthy, rather than unreliable, unpredictable, a little bit capricious, and that hopefully will be changed in the coming years when President Trump remains the head of state and the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military forces for all the time up to January 2029.
It's quite interesting to see Kim Jong-un there in Beijing today, because President Trump has suggested that perhaps he will meet him again. They met twice during the first Trump presidency. But if they do meet again, they're going to meet on quite different terms, aren't they? Because we saw today Kim Jong-un flanked by two extremely powerful men, your president being one and the president of Russia being another one. I mean, he's no longer going to be viewed as, quote, little rocket man by President Trump, is he?
Well, allow me to say the real thing. For the three previous meetings between President Trump, 1.0, and Mr. Kim, the ultimate leader of DPRK, China provided a lot of help and enabled each and all of the three previous meetings between President Trump and Mr. Kim. Now, that means China really wanted to see rapprochement between the United States and DPRK. China wanted to do whatever that is the right thing to make sure that President Trump and Mr. Kim will meet again. So that is the megatrend, I would say. Mr. Kim never operated solo because China and DPRK still have whatever that remains of the kind of defense treaty between the two countries. Therefore, from the U.S. perspective, don't dismiss Mr. Kim, the paramount leader of DPRK, because DPRK does not stand alone, does not exist in a vacuum. DPRK has a lot of solidarity from China, and in more recent years, DPRK has really improved its relations with Russia significantly, pushing it to a new level of analysis. So I hope President Trump will meet with Mr. Kim as soon as possible, talk about peace, talk about change the realities on the Korean Peninsula, because there was only an armistice agreement signed back in 1953. There was never a peace treaty signed. And I think for stability to really become carved in stone on the Korean Peninsula, we need everyone's help. China, Russia, the United States, especially focusing on DPRK on the one hand, and ROK on the other hand, and to a lesser extent, of course, Japan. We should all participate in making sure that peace will be everlasting and war should never be considered as a possibility for the situation involving the Korean Peninsula.
And just lastly, Dr. Gao, before we wrap up, I mean, you've used the word peace several times in this conversation. It's encouraging to hear that. And yet there's a conflict we haven't talked about. You know, Russia invaded Ukraine. Overnight, 500 Russian drones were fired into Ukraine, 24 missiles during the course of the night, striking mostly civilian infrastructure. I mean, why doesn't China show some of the influence it surely exerts over Russia and promote peace? Because that seems to be eluding all parties at the moment.
Allow me to make 2 points. I think during the Alaska summit taking place on August the 15th between President Trump and President Vladimir Putin, President Putin actually said one thing. He said, if President Trump were the president of the United States back in 2023, the war in Ukraine should have never happened. Now, President Trump, of course, welcomed this, but I think President Vladimir Putin did have a point. The war was very tragic, very much of a very sad chapter in human history, but the war should have been an avoidable war to start with. Now, having said that, what we need to do collectively is to put an end to this war. And China called on both Russia and Ukraine to stop the war from day one after the war broke out. And China has never changed this position. China does not have a vested interest in the continuation of this war. So we call on all the European countries, EU in particular, NATO as an organization, to really put their acts together to stop the war in Ukraine, rather than pouring more fuel onto the fire in this war, because the war will never end in the defeat of Russia. Why? Because Russia holds two kinds of different weapons in their hands. Conventional weapon they want to use to defeat Ukraine on the one hand, but nuclear weapons in case any of the NATO member states, any of the major powers in Europe, or before Trump, if the United States want to really go into war against Russia inside Ukraine or strike Russia from inside Ukraine. So the possibility of escalation from conventional war in Ukraine to a larger nuclear war involving many parts of Europe or even the United States or even the rest of the world should not be excluded. We should stop this war as quickly as possible. China is doing the right thing, and I'm pretty sure history will look back upon whatever that had happened between 2022 to 2025 and come to the conclusion that China is on the right side of history by calling for an end to this Ukraine war from day one and has never changed this position. China is still calling for an immediate end to this war. The world will be blessed if China's advice is really taken into consideration. And I'm pretty sure President Xi Jinping would have told President Putin the same message during his very high quality meetings with President Putin here in Beijing, as well as in Tianjin during the SCO summit.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your time and your contribution, Dr. Victor Gao. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Very much for having me. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. Today we're turning our full attention to Vision 2030. That is a subject we talk about a lot on this programme. Well, launched in 2016 by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030 is an ambitious strategic framework which seeks to reduce Saudi Arabia's dependence on oil and diversify the kingdom's economy. Well, as well as focusing on non-oil industries, the vision seeks to foster innovation and develop public service sectors such as health, education, infrastructure and tourism. Well, with clock ticking and the year 2030 approaching, what's been achieved so far? What challenges lie ahead? And how is Vision 2030 reshaping the identity of Saudi Arabia? Well, those are some of the questions I'm going to be putting to my guest today, who is Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, who is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum and a specialist on Saudi Arabia's foreign policy. Dr. Al-Ghashian, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. Let me start by asking you, what was the original thinking behind Vision 2030? How was the vision born and what was its original goal?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to join you. I think I appreciate very much the opportunity to really rehash why 2030 vision has been kind of pushed and declared and conceived, because I think no matter how many times we talk about it, I think it's worth going back to the origins. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would say I think it's to be very direct, it's clear that it's about restructuring not only the Saudi economy, but really restructuring the Saudi state. I think for the past decades, there's been a lot of discussions regarding the sustainability of how the Saudi economy will continue in its form that was very oil-centric or natural resource based, and it was clear that I think it was very unsustainable. And I think with the change of leadership and the change of kind of the dynamics, both and the international dynamics and inside Saudi Arabia politically, there was then a real push and an institutionalization of this kind of change. And I think this is what really conceived, I think 2030 really is about reconstructing not only the state, not only the economy, but reconstructing the Saudi state. Because I think, without reconstructing or addressing core issues of society, addressing a lot of the tapped sources that have been unused, the tapped manpower and women power that have been unused. You know, restructuring the economy in itself is just a very difficult task. So I think that's really about, in other words, to catapult Saudi Arabia into the 21st century and beyond.
I want to read an excerpt, really for the benefit of our audience, from Vision 2030. It goes as follows. This ambitious roadmap leverages the kingdom's unique strengths, its pivotal role in the Arab and Islamic worlds, its strong investment capabilities, and its strategic geographical position. Vision 2030 is a blueprint that is diversifying the economy, empowering citizens, creating a vibrant environment for both local and international investors, and establishing Saudi Arabia as a global leader. Vision 2030 is transforming the socio-economic landscape of the country. It is improving the quality of life for our citizens and residents. Saudi Arabia is forging a future where tradition, innovation, and sustainability go hand in hand, providing endless opportunities for citizens to realize their potential and ushering in a new era of development and prosperity for the kingdom. You know very well the vision has three key pillars. One of them is entitled A Vibrant Society. I'd like to ask you, how does Vision 2030 balance these various goals? You know, it's got Saudi heritage and values on the one hand, traditional, quite conservative, and a push for modernization on the other side. How do you reconcile the two?
It's a fantastic question, and it's an important question, and that's a process that's actually continuous. It's still till now. For me, what I would say is that I think striking this balance, and I think the negotiation between managing the traditions and I think the aspect of modernity or the social reform is not something that just started within 2030. I think this was a discussion that was really taking place even before. You know, it's very fascinating how, you know, young the Saudi state is and how big the gaps are between the generations. You know, it really leapfrogged a lot of these things. So, I mean, you know, in my parents' generation, there were probably barely cars around. And then all of a sudden, here I am in our generation, you know, being in the kid in the 90s and 2000s, there were worlds apart. They were literally worlds apart. And then you have this generation, Generation Z. So I think this intergeneration discussion has always been there. And I have to say, it's at times it generates tension. This is no doubt. But also it generates a lot of originality, in my opinion. And I think you start to see this. And I think it really is, you know, it really goes down to, I think, also the aim and the bearings of where the trajectory of where the country is going. I think if there is a new, a clear direction of what are I would say, what are the opportunities, but also what are the limitations and what is the goals, there will be a great deal of originality of trying to balance between what are the, or leverage, I would say, leverage the history and the heritage that we have and generate it into something of, fantastic initiatives. And also, I think, opportunities to create more space for not only articulation, not only space to find new space for people within society, but also can this be leveraged into investment? We see, for example, the aspect of camel milk and the products that emanate from that. And this is, I think, for example, a prime example of how leveraging our heritage, leveraging our history, our norms. Of course, our norms are not just camels and stuff from the desert, but leveraging our things that make us into something that is becoming very business focused, creating opportunities. So it's a negotiation that is taking place. sometimes it creates tension, it creates originality, and it creates opportunities. But I think one of the main benefits of 2030 is that it creates that debate. And that debate in itself is worth having. And since there is this discussion, I think this is really where the moving forward, the momentum forward is seen. I think that's, one of the hallmarks of it. It's the creating these discussions.
Yeah, and actually nowhere sort of seems to exemplify this marriage of history and heritage and modernity better, in my mind, than somewhere like Alula, where you've got, all of that archaeological richness and heritage richness alongside the Maraya Concert Hall, the largest mirrored building, outdoor building in the whole world. I mean, an amazing juxtaposition there. Under that same heading of a vibrant society, there is the goal to bring about improvements in the quality of life, housing, healthcare, social care, right across the country. And I want to ask you, as a Saudi national, are you seeing these changes happening under your nose? I mean, does this change manifest itself in every aspect of daily life in Saudi Arabia?
Well, where I am, from my vantage point in Riyadh, I think there is clear change. And I think, it's very difficult to go anywhere without seeing, I think, a lot of these initiatives and promises materialize. This is, in our everyday life. I think, recently I had to change my passport, and then rather than go to the department that we all used to go in, now I just go in online and get it from Ibshir, and it's delivered to me within days. Going to the airport, you can see all these very mammoth mega projects in place. So I think you could see this change. At the same time, I think once they start going outside of Riyadh, outside of Saudi, or at the outskirts of Riyadh, then, you start to see that, listen, we still have some way to go. We still have some way to go. And I think this is, for me, I think that the main benefit of Vision 2030 is that it's not necessarily about achieving goals immediately on 2030, either before 2030 or after 2030. There have been some goals that kind of the vision strived to achieve, and they reached it before 2030. And there are some that will take a bit more time. The crux of 2030, in my opinion, was to really start a fundamental process moving forward. I think a lot of the times, historically, in Saudi Arabia, there were always these efforts to diversify economy, to move away from oil, to build kind of the private sector. But it never got past stage one or stage two even. I think now there is no way back. And I think that in itself, people could see this. And so I think, definitely the changes is there to remind us, but also the ways to go is there to remind us as well, which is good because it keeps us going.
The next pillar of the Vision 2030 is a thriving economy. And, the first thing I thought of when I look at that heading is I look at a map of the world, and I see Saudi Arabia and where it sits in the world. I mean, it's a really strategic location, and you think to yourself, what a perfect location to be a global trade hub. Do you think using Saudi Arabia's geography to its advantage is really perhaps at the core of a lot of Vision 2030?
No, of course. I think that's where the untapped potential is. I think there were times where Saudi was not open enough, and that's what did not allow it to leverage this this geographic position. And now it is. And I think, this has also a lot to do with probably, the people that were, making the decisions and maybe what was appropriate and what was not appropriate. But I think now, becoming more open, becoming more a hub, of a tourist hub, of a logistics hub. This is indeed a pillar of Saudi because it's leveraging its natural position. And I think also, 2030 it's a mammoth task. So leveraging any points that come to us naturally has to be invested in greatly.
Obviously, the next pillar out of the three pillars is an ambitious nation. That's the heading for it. And we've talked a little bit about government and governance already. And your example of not going to the passport office and renewing your passport online is an interesting example, because it raises the question that I wanted to ask you, whether you think perhaps an element of Vision 2030 is about big business, small government. Do you think that's part of it?
No, absolutely. Again, it goes back to something that we alluded to earlier, which is the private sector, and the private sector basically doing the heavy lifting forward. I think it's very fascinating to see this. I remember vividly, not too long ago, that many people would want to have jobs in the government. Because I think of prestigious reasons, and also, the government in itself was the biggest employer. And this was just not sustainable. I think now, the private sector is really the machine to help catapult Saudi Arabia forward. And I think trying to unleash this force is in itself, a very... It's a focal point now of the Saudi economy, I would say. And moreover, I think what we are seeing here is not only how I think the private sector works with, I think, the government sector and works with the nation, but you could even see this, for example, in Syria right now, where the private sector in Saudi Arabia is being used to help build Syria, reconstruct Syria. Moreover, you could see it in, for example, trying to help build or work more with Egypt because of their situation. And so the private sector now is not only a machine moving forward, but it has geopolitical resonance. And this is really due to the size of Saudi. I think the role that Saudi plays geopolitically and internationally. So I think the private sector is becoming far more strategic than ever in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned Syria, you mentioned Egypt there, and all of this under the heading of an ambitious nation. So I sort of feel like we're sort of gravitating towards foreign policy. And I'm just wondering to what extent we can see Vision 2030 at work in Saudi foreign policy. I mean, you've given a couple of examples already, but where else might we see it?
No, I think, firstly, also whoever I think reads 2030 Vision, while it's a nation first initiative, it's about developing Saudi Arabia, but it's not nation only. It speaks to the region, it speaks to the international dimensions as well, and basically it's opening up its economy. And it's seeking it needs a better relationship with the region, and it needs a better region, a more stable region. So I think that's very clear. That's also what you hear a lot from kind of the foreign policy officials, is that, listen, a lot of these ambitious, very lofty projects that we have, is very difficult to obtain in a regionally turbulent or in a turbulent that's region. So I think this is where now it becomes a very powerful incentive to try to begin to develop and to not only leverage 2030, but to try to protect 2030. That it is 2030 is, or reconstructing the Saudi economy, it is an existential question for Saudi Arabia, and therefore I think it needs it needs a far more stable region, and it needs partners to this. What's very interesting here, if I could say something more, kind of more historically, we are now seeing a very economic-driven foreign policy. And I think that's very clear. I argue this is actually the traditional foreign policy of Saudi Arabia. And when Saudi, was first, before even Saudi was declared as a kingdom, its foreign ministry was in Jeddah alongside the Minister of Finance. And it was about trying to find, I think, companies to look for oil inside Saudi Arabia, and to bring much needed funds and money for Saudi. So in many ways, I think the business first, the economy driven foreign policy for Saudi is actually a traditional one. But the way, but the landscape is just completely different. So I think it's very difficult to try to separate geopolitics from economy, geopolitics from society. And 2030 now is not only something that we could see that could be leveraged, but something that requires protection from the volatility of the region. And another thing as well, I wanted to say this: the region in itself, especially in the GCC, is also going through it has its own fair share of visions as well. I mean, Qatar has a 2030 vision. Oman has a 2040 vision. Abu Dhabi has a 2030 vision. So we are actually entering into an era in the region of visions. We're a kind of a vision heavy place, especially in the GCC. And I think in my discussions with colleagues around Israel and Palestine and around Syria, is that, to what extent can there be, visions that could speak to Saudi's vision also, and vice versa, and allow the heavy lifting, allow the economy to do some of the heavy lifting there. Because unfortunately, we're seeing, in Gaza, a humanitarian crisis that's just getting worse and worse. And every time we're trying to talk about reconstruction, it's difficult. Well, how are we going to reconstruct, all of this? How are we going to create a more sustainable region? And I think for me, it's worth discussing having a more interdependence amongst respective visions around the region. So, the notion of visions goes back to your first question, is something that I think could be regionalized. And if it does become more regionalized and institutionalized and strengthened, then I think we could probably head to a more stable region.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. I would have loved to have talked to you for longer. It's been a real pleasure, and thank you very much indeed for helping us to better understand Vision 2030. Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashyan, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed for watching this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, only here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much again. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor arts, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.